Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen, the Ward 6 Council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Monday, March 3rd, 2025, and we are meeting in room 500 of the historic John A. Wilson Building and on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:35 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. This is the committee's final performance oversight hearing of 2025, and today we'll hear from both agency and public witnesses regarding the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. The Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, or affectionately known as WMATA, was created by an interstate compact in 1967 and has operated regionally since then with rail and bus service across Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia. WMATA's Metro Rail system covers 98 stations and has 128 miles of track. Its Metro bus service serves the nation's capital 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with 1,500 buses. Together, Metro's rail and bus systems serve a population of approximately 4 million within a 1,500 square mile jurisdiction. The economic health of the district and the larger metropolitan Washington region are inextricably linked to WMATA's strength. It is the transportation system that most people rely on to travel to and from work, school, entertainment, recreation, and more. A robust public transit system is also a key component of the district's sustainability goals. The most recent iteration of those goals, Sustainability 2.0, has set a goal of reducing the share of commute trips by automobile to 25% while increasing the share of active transportation, including walking and biking, to 25% and transit to 50% by 2032. With that, a couple of comments about the format for today's hearing. Due to some scheduling constraints, we're going to start with our agency witness, WMATA's General Manager and CEO, Randy Clark. After that, I'll then move to public witnesses. For our public witnesses testifying on their own behalf, they'll have 3 minutes to testify. Our ANC commissioners or those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one will get the first full 5 minutes, and the other witnesses from the same organization will have 3 minutes. We'll be using a timer to keep us all on schedule. So for witnesses testifying in person later, please have a seat at the table or when your name is called. For witnesses that are testifying virtually, you'll receive a prompt via Zoom to accept a nomination or promotion, to be the panelist. And then after finishing your testimony, please remain seated or in the Zoom for questions that we may have. And for anyone who is interested in submitting testimony for the record, the committee is accepting written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until March 17th, 2025. With that, let us turn to our agency witnesses. We have the General Manager and CEO, Randy Clark. Good morning to you, sir. And what I'm going to do is turn it over to you for your testimony, and then we'll turn to questions after that. Push the buttons so the red light's on.
Okay, I thought it was me in control of the AV desk. So
we let you be in charge.
There you go. Thank you. First mistake.
We can turn it off.
There you go. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having us today. Appreciate the invitation and being with you. So with me to my right is Leroy Jones. Leroy is our Chief Transportation Officer. And have Leroy with me in case there's any, I think specific questions could be around bus or delivery of service on a daily basis. Also with me is Regina Sullivan and Ann Chisholm from our government affairs team. Most people know Ann specifically works with all of your teams, and she'll be here. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, there is a scheduling, kind of tight scheduling day, but they will all be here staying for any testimony from members of the community, and happy to follow back on that. I was only with you probably, I guess it'd be about a month ago for council breakfast. Appreciate the opportunity as well then. So I won't go through in big detail. I do have written testimony submitted for the record. A couple things I thought I'd highlight though, and then obviously we're here to really hear from you all and what things we could do to collaborate and partner with the district to continue to drive great metro service and help with the district. So as I mentioned about a month ago, we're feeling really good across the board on everything from safety to security to ridership to revenue, lots of things going in the right direction. Since I was with you though, I think there's a few things I should highlight, and I think we gave you this glossy last time we were with you. And if you don't have that, we'll give you some more copies. A couple things I think I want to highlight. So January and February, we're continuing to see good ridership growth. So I think we're at now 47 straight months of ridership growth. And if anything, we've now seen it kind of accelerate here in the last couple of weeks. Clearly, there is more return to office. We're seeing more ridership at peak, which is a good sign that that is more office, or if you will, that type of activity. A couple highlights. Noma Station had, I know, Chairman, this one would be close to your heart. We set a new all-time record at Noma Station with just under 29,000 trips the other day. I think that's a great example of how land use and transportation go together to provide really good community benefit. It may be one of the best TOD examples in the history of the United States coming together there. And we're really happy to continue to see that grow. Union Station, which used to be Metro's top station, is now back at top station. We had over 40,000 trips one day the last week, which is, again, really good sign. I think that also shows that things like MARC trains and maybe Amtrak is continuing to have ridership growth as well. People ask a lot about federal workforce. Our top day last week, we had 89,000 federal taps on the system, which is a pretty high number. It's the highest we've had in 5 years. And we will continue to monitor and work with all of our federal partners on that. A couple other things is that when ridership goes up, revenue generally goes up, and revenue is very important as we can help keep the jurisdictional investments as manageable as possible and then provide really good service. So last Thursday, we had a Metro board meeting. Our CFO presented an updated, what we do as a 2-year business plan. So in FY26, we are now reflecting a higher level of projected revenue of up $20 million. That will positively impact our ability to use less capital money to offset operating budget. So across the FY26 and FY27 budget, they're both reflected with compounding. So total, that gives about $45 million back into the capital program, which is very important. I think as you all know, we are going to definitely experience a major capital cliff come FY29, which is not that far away, and especially with capital, the planning really needs to start relatively soon. But so every $1 million that we can save is a big deal, and we can put it back into recapitalizing the program. A couple other things I think it's worth highlighting. Crime, we have continually driven public safety since the day I've been here. Really proud of the efforts Chief Anzalo and the team especially have done. Last year, crime in calendar year 2024 was down 40% year over year. And in January, February, so far, initial data looks like we're the lowest we've been in 7 years. So we're going to continue to our work on that, but just really good job making sure that we're being the safest system in the country. When you look at safety data, i.e. things like collisions, injuries, things of that nature, the National Transit Database would show that we had the safest rail system in the country last year, and we're really proud of that. Obviously, one of the highest safety on the bus system as well, so we're going to keep working on that. Again, there's lots going on at Metro. We are laser focused on cost efficiency. Within the last couple of years, we've saved or identified over $500 million in savings. That is a big deal. Again, reduce jurisdictional investment need, but also really trying to run the place as cost effective as possible. What we're really leaning into is modernization. How do we use technology? Things like automatic train operation, the Red Line is a good example. We now can run at that same service level with less train sets. And we're going to continue to roll that out across all the other lines. We are looking, video on board vehicles for safety security. We're looking how we collect revenue with kind of tap and go payment system, which we hope to have active in May. So there's just across the board efforts on cost efficiency, productivity, and providing the best service for our customers. So lots to go over. Obviously, you have that pamphlet. I was here about a month ago, but really just thankful and proud of the hard work of the 13,000 colleagues I have. And I want to do a shout out to our partners here in the district. We work very collaboratively with the entire district. I can't think of one area that we don't work closely with, whether it's MPD and DC Fire on a daily basis. If there's an issue, Sharon and the DDOT team really appreciate Better Bus is a good example. They're leaning in heavily to help make sure that is successful. The DEMPED activities, there's lots of real estate and other things we're collaborating on. So very good positive partnership here with the district, and we look forward to just continuing with the mayor and the council's leadership, doing the best we can for that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to take any questions or thoughts you and the committee would have.
Thank you very much, General Manager Clark. I want to note we've been joined by at-large Councilor Christina Henderson, who's also a member of the committee. Good morning to you. And a few other colleagues that said they're going to be joining us today as well. So why don't we do 10-minute rounds? So let me just jump in. I want to spend a second talking about, well, actually first, let me start by saying kind of start where you ended off, which is the partnership. I really appreciate the work that we've done, both with our DMV Moves work, where across the region we have leaders working collaboratively with WMATA and the council governments to really think through what is not very far away, the 29 fiscal cliff on the capital side of things, as well as everything we can around just our long-term sustainability. But the work on Better Bus and many of the projects you mentioned, it takes that kind of level of collaboration. So I appreciate, you're there when I reach out, send you a text, give you a call. Your team is highly responsive on that, and I appreciate it. And it's that type of partnership that helps us manage this through and continue to grow a system that everybody's dependent on, and we should all be really proud of. So I appreciate it. Let me start with, I want to ask a question about some of the competing dynamics we're seeing right now. And that is both the return to office as well as what we're seeing with our federal workers and many layoffs. So regardless of anyone's personal thoughts on remote work, I think we all recognize that at least one upside of the renewed preference for in-person work was it would boost Metro Rail ridership as folks come back into the physical office. The picture seems a little bit more complicated at the moment. While we have a staggering number of federal employees being laid off at once, which is not just going to impact the district, but our entire region. Curious to get your thoughts about some of our prior predictions about commuting patterns, and they may no longer hold true based on what we're seeing with the federal workforce. Curious if you can talk about the drastic changes happening with the federal workforce. How are you seeing that play out in your rail and bus ridership? It's still early, so we may not see the full impacts of what's taking place right now. But as you're trying to project out over the coming months, would love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, thanks for the question, Mr. Chairman. And I inadvertently forgot to mention the partnership. Just again, your appreciation for your leadership on DMV Moves. It's a big deal. I think I mentioned it last time, but I apologize not mentioning that again. Regarding ridership predictions, incredibly complex. Lots of models were done pre-COVID. They had at some level of accuracy. I think, we have a team that works across the industry, kind of comparing notes and trying to get these models, to see where they're going to land a little bit. I think it's way too early to understand the federal impact. I mean, it's pretty clear in the last month, especially, we have more federal employees on the system. The TAPs see that. With that said, October, we really started seeing this grow starting in October, and then really accelerating here in the last month. Kind of way beyond our pay grade of what happens with the entire federal workforce. Our job is, what we kind of say is, our job is to move everybody. So if you're a federal employee, thank you for being on the system. We're going to move you. If you work in a regular office or some other type of industry, we're going to move you. But we're also equally as important that we move people. If there's a Caps or Wizards game tonight and you work concessions there, or you want to go to the game, we want to move you. If you want to go see the pandas at the zoo, we want to move you. So we are trying to position ourselves as really the premier choice to get around the region. And so while federal workforce is certainly a component of that, we definitely want to make sure that we're running good service. And to do that, we need to run not just peak rush hour service. And one thing that I think, have leaned into really well at Metro the last few years is this all hours of the day, all day a week, good service. Metro, when I lived here before, great system, especially for peak. But midday, evening, and weekend was not really a frequency that most people in a fairly urban area would expect to go from a 2 to 1 car family or 1 to a 0 car family, and just that affordability. So now that we run that service model, that's why weekends we carry more people now than we did before the pandemic. On the bus system, we carry more people now than we did before the pandemic. We are seeing peak grow, but we are also seeing events and evenings continue to do well as well. So I think that's why it's so important that in our FY26 service plan that's in the budget, we are trying to add service where it's absolutely needed on these kind of red and silver super peaks. But we also believe we got to provide different connectivity. And a good example of that might be the Columbia Heights area. We actually have more people now per rail car in peak than we had before the pandemic. So that's why one of the proposals is to run half the Yellow Line trains back to Greenbelt, as an example. We also have in the budget proposal the board's considering to open an hour earlier on the weekends and close an hour later, again, to really support a full economy, not just work kind of hours. So a little bit longer, but I hope that gives a perspective of we're trying to figure out everybody and not just one type of cohort, even though at the end of the day, we're still, pretty government town in one way, but we're not only a government town.
I think that's important, and we've seen play out over the last year is that it's no longer a system that's just moving people in from the suburbs to the office and out, but that dynamic. Understandably, a federal workforce is going to have an impact on it, but it's diversifying essentially the type of trips that people are taking. So that leads me into a question I want to ask about our 24/7 bus service. This was a priority from myself and the council to find the funding to allow this to happen. It was a great partnership with WMATA to add this in. So over the course of 2024, we had 14 routes that had our 24/7 bus service. And just for folks to know, we're talking about between the hours of 2 and 4 a.m., this provided a ride for 316,694 rides. Clearly, there is a need for that. And this was important as we think about that third shift worker getting off late at night, people being able to enjoy this city all hours of the day. So I think it's been a great success. One of the things when you provided some of the data to the committee is we looked at the ridership from January 2024 to December 2024. Every single route grew in ridership over the course of the year. That's great, and it shows the demand. The 70 was by far the most popular, 52,000 total riders that year in those overnight hours. The next two most popular routes were the 92 at 37,000 annual riders, the X2 at 34,000 annual riders. And again, that's only between 2 and 4 a.m. So that's significant. What I'm curious about those, as we look at the routes that didn't have huge ridership, again, they grew, but not nearly at the rate that we see with some of those other routes. The A6, for example, had a total of 7,500 over the course of the whole year, and the H4, a total of 8,400. Wanted to get your thoughts now that we have a full year's worth of experience and data. Clearly, that route's important for 7,500 riders or for 8,400 riders. But are there any changes that WMATA is seeking or recommending for our 24/7 bus service based on those ridership numbers and in light of now having a full year's worth of data on ridership?
Yeah, I'll say something, and Leroy, if you want to add into this. So, one, again, thank you for the partnership with the district on this. I think it's a very important, connection point here for residents and visitors. I think we have a very seasonal pattern in this region. Obviously, around the December, January timeframe, usually there's a little off, and then we get a bounce. So we expect these 24-hour routes to continue to grow. The 33 is a good example where I think we're going to see a pretty big lift there because now the 33 is configured to go to Union Station versus actually about a block from here. So I think we're going to see a continue to drive on the 33. Part of this is also the Better Bus Network redesign and how these kind of interplay with that. So, there's lots to kind of see how that network kind of evolves. So we feel pretty good about, if you will, the return on investment for the dollars being spent. But a couple of them need to be really analyzed in even more detail. But Leroy, maybe if you want to talk about this specifically in relation to Better Bus.
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, Chair Allen and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to come before the committee. Just to add on to a few things that Mr. Clark already mentioned, we are seeing really good ridership growth across the 14 routes, specifically the X2, the 70, and the 92, as you mentioned. But we are looking forward to the implementation of the new Better Bus Network to kind of understand and evaluate how that all ties in together and the new network affects overnight bus service. We have intentionally had discussions internally about ensuring that from day one, we're paying very close attention to all bus performance, but we definitely will pay close attention to the overnight service. And the team is committed to continue to evaluate and make adjustments over time as needed.
Okay. And that just leads me into one more question before my time runs out on this round on Better Bus Network. I do want to think through and get your feedback. One of my conversations with our DDOT director is about the volume of changes that are needed between now and when this takes effect this summer. That's everything from new signage, making sure the stops are identified, making changes. And frankly, because we're going to hear the constituent feedback, we have some stops that will no longer exist. And so I know I've got residents who would love to have their residential parking back on some of those blocks where currently it's not allowed for a bus stop. Can you talk about your partnership with DDOT to get all of that done in the next, at this point now, 4 to 5 months? If you had to kind of give yourself percentage of hitting the goal so far? You know, if we've got that kind of red thermometer with hitting 100% on this.
Yep.
Where are we? How are we tracking our metrics to make sure that we're ready to roll this out this summer?
Sure. Leroy, you want to?
Sure. Better Bus is a huge undertaking for sure. The team is working diligently every single day to make sure that we are meeting the target. We track this on a daily and weekly basis. Reports are generated and sent up to the senior executive team to let them know how we're doing. I think we're doing extremely well. I'll start with training. Training is ahead of schedule for all of our bus operators. We have a workforce of over 2,600 bus operators that need training on all of the new routes. That's going fairly well. Today, we are actually starting the installation of the temporary bus signs. We have to physically touch over 11,000 bus stops throughout the region. With that being said, I think we're well positioned to be ready on day one. Regarding the street treatments that DDOT has to do, all of them will not be in place on day one. We anticipated that because there's just so many changes that's necessary. But those particular routes may be on a temporary detour starting out on day one. In addition to better support not just the bus operator, but our customers on Sunday, June 29th. And for that week, we will have an all hands on deck approach from all of our administrative staff to be outside at the bus stops and our major bus terminals to make sure that we're providing great customer service because folks are going to have a lot of questions. Over the course of this Better Bus Network planning phase, we have touched almost 45,000 customers and potential customers. We've received over 21,000 comments, as well as 12,000 responses from our surveys. We've engaged with the unions, we've engaged with elected officials in DC Council, and had over 130 customer engagement sessions to make sure that we're doing all that we possibly can. I saw some data the other day where 60%, almost 60% of our bus customers are aware of the Better Bus Network redesign and its implementation. So that's a good start. We all know some folks on day one may not realize what's going on, but I'm optimistic that us getting ahead and changing all of the bus stops in advance to the temporary bus stops, folks will understand that it's coming.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well,
And I just add, Mr. Chairman, if I can, that, I mean, it is inevitable for something this big that we won't have a few hiccups. And what we're really focused on is making the least amount of hiccups. And if there is a hiccup, it's as minor as possible. So we've been briefing our board on this. We actually talked about it with board the other day. I get briefed with this whole senior executive team pretty consistently. We put for lack of a Better Bus Network czar in charge on the management team, and his job is to run point, to collaborate between all the departments. So again, just lean in and say thanks to the DDOT team, but all of our other regional partners. So we are going to help. Actually ask you all to help lead in on this. The communication part is going to be hands down the hardest part. So the rest of it is physical in nature, whether it's a sign, the work inside. We need people to really help with information sharing, and especially that last probably 2 to 3, 4 weeks. We're going to start now, but the reality is in our world, whatever, if we tell people today the bus stop's changing, in June, they're going to say, yeah, thanks. Let me know June 27th, right? I mean, it's just the way people communicate now. So we're going to ask you all, you have a lot of newsletters, your social media accounts, other things to really help us amplify those specific things in your neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think you can count on us for that. I know a lot of my colleagues, I'm really proud of the fact a lot of folks stepped in. I know I was holding Ward 6 town halls, but I know most of my colleagues were hosting meetings, getting that feedback. And so count on us to do that. Encourage it.
Thank you.
There will be somebody out there who says, hey, I didn't hear anything about this.
Oh, for sure.
But we're going to do our very best to make sure we minimize that. Let me turn to Councilmember Henderson for a round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and good morning.
Good morning,
Randy. I'm going to stick with the bus conversation. My dad's a retired bus driver, so I have an affinity towards the bus. You all mentioned, or at least I saw, at least in the documentation that you provided to the committee, that about 160 bus operators completed the new operator training in the last 3 months. Is that a normal amount of new operators that are coming on board, or is this in anticipation of Better Bus?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Councilmember. Good seeing you. The last graduation was a little bit higher. Part of that is we're pretty much, I think it's close to caught up from our hiring freeze.
Okay.
So we put a hiring freeze on here's how long it takes. Last winter, So last February, March, and April, I think it was 3 full months.
So what would that
3
been
full
like?
months, we put a hiring freeze on because you may recall,
Yes,
last year's budget, we kind of didn't know where we were going to all land.
right.
It took us almost that long. And so that's why when we say predictability,
Okay.
how important it is for an organization like ours that might, we should be doing 40, 50 bus operator classes, and we had one that was almost 100. So I think we had a big graduation about a little over a week ago. So I think we're pretty close to being back to our numbers that we should be at.
Okay.
And for us, it's a never ending thing at bus operator. It's just such a big aspect of our operation.
Right.
It just never really stops.
So how many, I mean, in terms of the vacancies that you all have on bus operator, are you higher or are you feeling like you're in a comfortable position here?
Again, I would say we're back to a comfortable position.
Okay.
I don't think we're ever going to be full. And there's a balance between a little bit of overtime is actually more cost effective than being full. And just part of this too is, making sure everyone that is able is at work.
Yep.
That's a big deal. And all of those types of things as well. So.
Okay. I noticed that according to your Q2 service excellence report that you all provide, that bus ridership hasn't yet surpassed your 2019 levels in the same way that train has, or?
No, actually, Councilor, it's the opposite. So bus
Okay.
ridership is, and again, depending on the quarter, but for the year, we were higher on bus ridership than we were in 2019.
Okay.
And, so you can cut it by the week, the month, the quarter, but we're better than that. On the rail side, we were definitely still under what we were before the pandemic.
Okay. You talked a little bit about this at at our council breakfast in terms of you all rolling out the bus fare enforcement initiative. Is this still ongoing? And what is your evaluation of quote unquote success?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. So not only is it ongoing, the idea here is to really build it into our DNA.
Okay.
So it's part of daily patrol. They've kind of iterated multiple times. So generally speaking, we have thousands and thousands of bus stops. So we're never going to have people do fare evasion everywhere, enforcement everywhere. That's literally impossible. What we're trying to concentrate on is where the most amount of people are, where the most amount of buses are, and where data shows that we have the highest amount of fare evasion. So generally speaking, an officer might stand at the front of the bus. It's pretty simple. You pay, you get on. If you don't pay, you're not getting on. That way, it's pretty obvious. It helps drive the deterrence factor, so people know they have to pay. With that said, we do give citations every day. And the other part of the fare enforcement is we've been able to, unfortunately, there's people out there that are wanted on warrants or fugitive for justice, and we have had arrests on the bus side on people that are, have outstanding warrants and fugitive justice. Measure of success is really hard on this topic. We are not going back to everyone paying on the bus. That's just not possible. Should we as a society? Yes, we should follow regardless of the rule.
Yeah.
We should all follow rules. I'm just not, I'm being honest about the scenario.
No.
Yeah.
So let me ask a
So
different.
our goal is to just drive compliance higher.
Yes.
About every % of more fair compliance on bus generates about close to $1.5 million in revenue to pay for the service.
Okay, so I guess we can sort of, in some ways, define or evaluate success based on whether or not revenue is increasing on that side?
That's certainly one of the factors, and early indications are that that's coming together.
Okay.
I think we need a few more months of really good data. January was real hard between national security events and weather. Nothing was normal. I'm not sure, actually I take that back. I'm not sure anything's normal anymore, but at least for ridership patterns. So I think if we get another month or two, but we are cautiously optimistic, we are seeing an uplift right now in bus fare compliance.
Okay.
And that will hopefully not only continue to go up, but then compound year over year, which will help reduce. Good example is DC's investment subsidy so we could run the service.
So as you all are also doing sort of wanting to see this increase in terms of fare compliance, are you also doing an evaluation of what the maintenance needs for your fare boxes? Is there a fair number of times where I get waved on to the bus because the fare box is not working? So it's not, I didn't evade, I'm ready to pay,
Sure.
but like the box is not reading or the sensor is broken or something to that effect. Are we checking that as well?
Yes, ma'am. So if you have that, I would ask you to personally text me and tell me that bus you're on and let me know.
Not a snitch,
Yeah,
but good.
that's not a snitch. That's good reporting, and we would appreciate that. So we replaced all of our fare boxes, so they're now much more modern and they're all networked, so we can actually monitor them in real time.
Okay, so if something is not
And
working.
we are down, we have a daily report on that. I think, Leroy, we're averaging just around 2%, give or take, of failures of all of our, and that might not fail for the whole day. It might just be a part of a failure
Can you just clarify 2% of what?
of all trips generated for the day. So we're gonna run about 13,600 trips today on
Okay.
bus. And probably about, give or take, 2% of those might have a fare box issue.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that on average, 2% is?
I think that's give or close, right, Leroy? Some days could be 2.6, could be 1.7. I think it's generally give or take around 2%. But then we're gonna keep driving that down. So we're really working on really modernizing our network connectivity and all of our stuff. We also then think about how we could use AI and other tools to really drive a much higher, not only compliance, but use of technology for maintenance efficiency. So there's multiple overlapping efforts across the entire enterprise on that.
No, I mean, I think that's fantastic in terms of you all kind of being able to track in real time. This is what technology we want. I remember, I don't know if Councilmember Allen was chair of the committee yet, but we did a change on, say, like our streetlights, for instance, to also do a similar type of tie it to the network. So if we know at home base whether or not a streetlight has gone out versus needing someone to report that information. So that kind of helps.
Yeah, it's a good example too. Like, so if you have a bus, average bus might have, say, 6 cameras on it. We can now look at every one of those cameras in real time. So from our control center and police, so if there's an incident on a bus, immediately could be looking in on that. We have little monitors that actually are kind of a security monitor. We have telematics, so just thousands of data points coming off these buses and trains, quite frankly. And the idea is we're driving more of that all integrated to our new control center. So not only is the uptime higher, the response, if there's a failure, is becoming much higher.
That's great. Speaking of sort of using technology for the improvement pieces, I think Chair Allen asked this of Director Kirschbaum on DDOT, but the Clear Lanes initiative, where we've put the cameras onto the buses, we're trying to determine, like, is it working, or are we finding people and still everything is slowed down? Obviously, we can probably hear anecdotally from your drivers in terms of whether or not it's been quicker for them. But really, we're looking for data on how to evaluate the success of this initiative.
Yeah, maybe I'll handle it. I know, talking to operators, they say that there's less vehicles in their way. So one is speed, there's no question. The other is accessibility. Not having someone there means a bus can get to the curb, and it's much safer to get someone off or on that bus, especially someone that might be in a wheel mobility device, have some type of disability or other, or childcare or things of that nature. So accessibility is maybe equal to speed on just importance, but on speed, I believe we are seeing.
Yeah, so just to add a couple of points. Since we began Clear Lanes in January of 2024, between October in 2023 and October 2024, bus speed increased approximately 2%. In addition, bus stop violations were approximately 22,000 in October of 2023. We've seen a significant reduction down to 15,200. So that's a 32% reduction. And when you think about what I just said, everything that you just mentioned about the actual wheelchair customers being able to properly berth the bus on the curb has really helped improve the customer experience, making it a safer environment, and also better for our operators.
15,000 is still a lot.
It's still a lot.
Okay, but it's not 22, so we're moving in the right direction. But I think also we have this similar conversation when we talk about just speeding in general. People think that we're over exaggerating, but I'm a strong believer that we have to use the data to demonstrate the widespread severity of the issue. Because of course, someone thinks like, oh, I'm just running in, it's no big deal, without sort of thinking of what is the accessibility impact to you double parking in a bus stop.
100%. I mean, there's too many people that speed. There's too many people that run red lights, and there's too many people that do dangerous. I mean, being in a car is just a significantly more unsafe thing than being on transit, So unfortunately, America, we probably lost 45,000 people to car crashes last year in America. And so we really appreciate the districts leaning in and partnering with us on this. We just want the safest, most productive service. I also would argue, the people that are, maybe debate, transit and investment, every hour that we can move faster, we become more cost efficient. So the number one aspect is safety. Number two is cost efficiency. So that 2% equates a bus, instead of taking 48 minutes to get from point A to point B, might be 42 minutes, which means maybe that's one less trip for the whole day. So there's so many layers to this where it's society, it's better for everybody. When we have people when there's a designated bus lane, you got to respect the people that are on the bus.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. And one of the things I love about having this committee is I have such great committee members. Councilmember Henderson anticipated the next question I was going to go with, but I'm going to try to build off a little bit of what she was saying, and I echo everything that she just said. Because we had a great conversation with our DDOT director who has for a while, whenever time I ask about our Clear Lanes program, says, well, the data's not in, the data's not in. But we're over a year into it. So we really want to understand now. I don't want to be in the position where we're giving tickets for the sake of giving tickets. I want to know that it's translating into something. And so the data you shared is really helpful. What I was going to ask is, if you're saying bus speeds have improved by 2%, now some people are going to hear 2% as an incredibly small fraction. Can you help make sense of, so the general public can understand what that means? When our bus speeds up by 2%, what does that translate into? Help make sense of that number.
Yeah, why don't we do this? Why don't we take that, try to figure out a way we could distill that by a route or a corridor and give some better granularity example, and we'll work with DDOT on that to try to just make sure we can really make sense of what 2% or 33% really is. So the data is informative versus just a data point.
Right. Because part of what the Clear Lanes is about, and our bus priority investments are about, is speeding up the bus. But it also is not just for our existing riders to get to where they got to go more efficiently. It's not just about WMATA being able to run a system more efficiently. It's also for new customers to realize that rather than sitting in that traffic, they can get on the bus and they can get home a heck of a lot faster. And that's by being able to demonstrate that a program like this is speeding up the bus, getting you home faster, getting you to pick up the kids faster, getting your kids from school faster. I want to be able to help make sure we're telling that story, and we got to do it with the data.
Yep, but we'll follow back up with that. And the good sign is lots of big cities around the country now are all doing very similar technologies, and you would find this around the world at this point, becoming more standard because the value set is clearly there, and we'll take the data that we have and better figure out, make that more informative.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as we have to help communicate this to the public, we're going to have some members of the public who just like to drive, and they don't know why you get to have a lane for that bus. And having them help understand what our goals are, I'm going to wager we'll hear from a couple of people today who disagree with those goals. They don't want the bus to move faster. They want to drive faster.
Yeah.
And I think making sure that we understand what we're trying to accomplish and why we're using these tools just helps us make sure that we're communicating effectively about it.
I say the same thing to everyone that likes to drive, which is, don't you want everyone else to not drive? So the more people take Metro, if you want to drive, your day's a lot better.
I say the same thing, that if your self-interest is you just want to drive faster, you want more people on the bus. Absolutely.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to turn to public safety for a little bit. You shared some data. I remember maybe 2 years or so ago, our Metro Transit Police Department, much like almost every police department in the country, was facing significant shortages. I think we had even somewhere around a 25% vacancy rate at some point. It looks like over the last year, you've had 36 new hires compared with 18 separations in FY24. So that should mean your force is growing. And I believe so far in FY25, you've had 11 new hires to 9 separations. So still a little bit of a net increase there. From your perspective, how many vacancies do we have? And do you see those trend lines continuing as you're having more hires than you are separations?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So Chief Anzala is doing really good work in this area. So one thing that we did in the last year that is really starting, I think, to get us on the right path is Metro now has its own police training academy. So we used to do a lot of our training in Northern Virginia, and we really appreciate the collaboration with the Northern Virginia training group, but it was really, what we were really doing is, because we have this 3-state jurisdictional police department, is taking a long time to train an officer, so longer than anyone else in the country. And there was a lot of duplication. So if you could, do this type of thing in Virginia, you had to replicate it in DC and Maryland. So we figured out a way to streamline that, get more in line with kind of regular police training. We also just have a new collective bargaining agreement with FOP, which is for 5 years, that one. Part of that too is what we call the drop program, which is a way that we have the ability, if an officer wants to stay post-retirement, to keep them with some conditions. So that was another factor. So we are starting to see a gain again in the last year. I think it's showing that our attrition is going down from what we had, and we are now hiring more people. We think this training academy is really going to help accelerate that. I mean, ideally, we'd love to get 40, 50 more officers, I think, net up to that level. But we're not that far from closely to the highest Metro's head. We're probably just a little lower than that. So I think the chief's goal here is to try, if we can, over the next couple of years, continue to build another 30, 40, 50, that would be great. It would also reduce kind of a lot of the overtime some of the officers work. We also added a lot of special police officers to supplement so we have over 100 special police officers throughout the system every day. It's also why people feel, if you look at our customer satisfaction numbers, the number one metric that moved the most was perception of safety, increased dramatically because people see so many uniformed personnel and we respond to things so early. The other factor is we still have some memorandums of understanding with local police departments at certain stations. So we have one with MPD at Metro Center as an example to help supplement, but we have that at like the airport and Greenbelt and places like that. So just trying to be as targeted where issues have been and showing as much visible presence as possible. So I think the training academy is where we're thinking is really the game changer. It's something that's been talked about at Metro for like 20 years, and we finally made it come together.
And in addition to the uniform law enforcement that you talked about, one of the things that MPD or that WMATA rolled out in 2 or 3 years ago was starting to deploy out crisis intervention teams within the system. I think you've now grown this up to about 16 staff members that are on the system. I know as I've ridden around the system, I've seen them as well. Yep. And they're not in a law enforcement uniform. They've got a vest on. And even I was just in a meeting with neighbors on public safety the other day, and they actually singled out this effort. And they said, I don't always need to see like the gun on the hip law enforcement. Even just a vest makes me feel like I'm seeing someone with authority that's on the system, keep an eye out for me. So that makes a big difference as well. Is that team at 16, is that fully staffed? Is that got plans to continue growing that effort? I think it's a really great complementary effort that you have to the other efforts that all go into our public safety response.
Yeah, thank you for the question and just acknowledging the work of that team. So that's pretty fully staffed. It's certainly as staffed as we have it laid out in our budget. And it's complementary, right? So the idea is there's known areas in the city or the region where unfortunately people might be experiencing homelessness or mental illness. And we work very collaboratively with whether it's the district, Prince George's County, Montgomery County, Arlington, Alexandria, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a pretty tight connection there. Obviously, if someone's in the system and they're out on the street, it's the same person. The idea is to try to get someone help in services. We don't provide those services, but connecting people to services. And if we can't get help, then obviously it becomes potentially a law enforcement issue. So
I just realized, how are we making that connection? What I'm getting at is it a direct relationship with the Department of Behavioral Health, for example, to make a direct connect, at least obviously within DC? How are they making that actual connection or referral?
Yeah, so there is direct connection there. I believe actually we had someone from DC Department of Behavioral Health actually in the hiring process for some of our crisis intervention specialists. So there's a very close working relationship across the board between all the agencies. Again, trying to make sure that someone that wants or can get help, we get them help. But secondarily, it's really important for us that, WMATA is not a shelter. We move people. We're not going to have people laying in trains, laying in buses, camping in stations. There are some cities around the country that struggle with that. We do not have that issue, and we do not have that issue because we won't let that happen. And I think that's really important. We want to give people help. Otherwise, we move people. So we're trying to do it from a compassionate lens versus some places I think historically have done it through very kind of maybe heavy-handed. So I think between cameras, cops, and our compassionate crisis intervention team, you put those three together, it's a pretty powerful mixture of tools. So we don't need one tool only to get to the same outcome.
I agree. I agree. Thank you. And then lastly, on this round, I wanted to ask about our MTPD began working on truancy enforcement for students in 2024. And your response is we had 347 students return to school that year, is what was shared. Is returning the student to school the only enforcement action that we will see there or would expect to see there when an officer is encountering a truant student? And how is the officer trained to be able to recognize it's a student who's truant versus a student who is on their way to school or doing some type of student or academic activity just on the metro system?
Sure, I think great question. So we have Transit Police Youth Services Division. So we do an enormous amount of work in the community, especially with young people. So we have events at night. We have a basketball kind of league kind of event, a variety of other things that a lot of our officers take an enormous amount of pride in. The idea is really trying to be community-oriented policing at its truest form. I think transit policing is actually the most community-oriented than all policing there is, because the idea is you're not, getting a call on a highway or that type of thing. You are interacting with people all day long. What this generally means is, again, generally would be someone like a young person in, say, a station where it's clearly during school hours and one or two people are by themselves or walking through a station or loitering around. The officers will engage them to see what's going on. It's generally pretty obvious they're not doing a school-based activity. It's usually the hour, if at 11:30 in the morning, it's pretty clear that two kids are probably, being truant. So they try to get them back to school. I think it's been pretty successful to reduce juvenile crime and disorder on the system a little bit. And more importantly, kids should be at school. And so there's other benefits that way. Obviously, it's work that our team does very collaborative with the school system, DCPS. Leroy does a lot with the principals as well, and a lot of the school system on whether it's service and bus operation. So I think there's a really tight connection between especially the leadership in the schools with both transit police and our transportation services. Again, another good example is of this connection, it's connected to this, is we've moved a lot of students to the mobile pass versus, remember the Kids Ride Free Pass, like sometimes there's some issues. How many are we up to now? Is it
6,200.
6,200 students now have it on their phone. Students never forget their phone. And so that has helped, making sure that those interactions are even better as well. So again, kind of whole of WMATA approach to dealing with students.
Okay, that's great. I was going to come ask some Kids Ride Free questions on my next round, but let me turn back to Councilmember Henderson. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to call you Randy, but
That's fine, ma'am. I've been called a lot worse. So whatever works.
Okay. So I've been asking all of our agencies who have cases before the Office of Administrative Hearings about sort of the quality of their cases. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but WMATA is one of the top notice of violation filers for the Office of Administrative Hearings. So this is where your fare evasion cases would go to, or things like that. So in fiscal year 2023, WMATA filed only 286 cases with OAH, and in FY24, you filed a little over 3,400. So that was a 12 times increase, which I think speaks to the work that you all have been doing around this. One of the things that has come up with the Office of Administrative Hearings, though, is the difficulty in adjudicating these cases. Because almost every single notice of violation filed by WMATA has been deemed legally deficient for a variety of different reasons. Now, I'm going to read the direct quote from Chief Judge Curry. She says, NOVs, so notice of violations, filed by WMATA are often illegible or have missing pages. Worse, the apparent NOV template used by WMATA includes incorrect and missing information. WMATA's NOVs direct respondents to file their answers with OAH through a non-existing email address and include the false warning that penalties will be imposed for failure to answer. There is simply no evidence that the respondents have been provided correct information regarding how to file an appeal with OAH, a situation that violates the basic principles of due process and requires the NOV to be dismissed outright. It says that although OAH has communicated these issues with WMATA, both through orders dismissing the cases and through communications with OAH's point of contacts with WMATA, the problem continues, end quote. So I have to ask, OAH is already kind of overburdened in terms of the number of cases. They are trying to communicate with your agency on the better way to do this so that your cases are not wasting everybody's time. But the problem is persisting. So are you all meeting with OAH? Are we updating this form? A non-existent email address, I feel like is a pretty strong, a pretty low-hanging fruit thing for you all to be able to fix.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. So I think there's layers of complexity to that, so I'm not going to get into be responsive to the exact quote. I would say that there's a lot of parties involved in this, and it could all be done better. A couple things to just remind everyone on. So one, we don't collect any revenue from a ticket. So that is really important because the public at large thinks we give tickets and it's like a revenue generation, kind of like our camera topic. Every ticket that we would issue goes to the local jurisdiction. We are also writing tickets based on the rules inside those local jurisdictions. We do not have a similar issue with our other jurisdictions, only in the district. So the district, the ticket itself was put together by the district. So in the last week to 2 weeks, there's actually been, I think, some very collaborative meetings
Great,
to help resolve this issue. And so I think, again, everyone can maybe do better on it. The idea, what we really want is to issue no tickets.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, sure, that's the ideal. And frankly, money aside or not money aside, that is also someone's time at the Office of Administrative Hearings. That's also someone's time in WMATA who has to actually appear for these hearings to just be dismissed as legally deficient. So it would behoove everybody to just fix the form.
My understanding, just last week, there was another follow-up meeting.
Okay, great.
So we will circle back with you all after I get more clarity, but the general counsel's office is, I think the two, there's more collaboration between all the sides are needed, including stuff that we can't control, which would help resolve some longstanding issues.
Okay, and I'm not attacking you all.
No, I
Some of the
understand
biggest violators were in my cluster, so we've had this conversations with all of them. Let's talk Metro Access.
Okay.
What's the future of Metro Access? Last week, today's Monday, so last week, there was a hearing with the Department of Aging and Community Livings. We heard from a number of seniors who talked about on-time performance, sort of falling short in terms of Metro Access. Now, I know that Metro Access is, it's a very convenient service that we offer. Not a lot of jurisdictions are offering this type of door-to-door service, but I also know that could also be expensive. And also if you have a limited number of drivers, that can elongate the time in terms of demand. So how are you all thinking about the future of Metro Access? Yeah,
well, thank you for the question. So I think, one, I want to acknowledge that in the last period, so last few months, performance hasn't been to the level that we want it to be. We changed, so in Metro, that is a contract delivered service versus an in-house service.
Okay.
We went from having a lot of different contractors. There's been contractor consolidation and garage consolidation. That part of the garage consolidation might have went a little too far. And now that there's a new garage being put together in Montgomery County that will serve kind of the northern and that area, which does go into DC as well. So that definitely impacted some performance the last few months. I will say in December, we started seeing that go back up in the direction we wanted. So that is a good sign. Part of that was lack of operators. And then they had a very significant failure, I would say, word failure on the dispatch call taking side. That has now, they've hired a lot of people and we surged in other resources for a period of time to help out on that. So we are watching that very closely. Our chief operating officer, who's not with us today, is meeting with that contractor very frequently to really hold them to account to deliver what they're required to do. Now to the overall aspect of Metro Access. There's two ways we deliver kind of services to people that might have a disability that are qualified for the service. So one could be Metro Access. We also have a thing called Abilities Ride program. And that allows someone to book a trip kind of more like a real time, maybe using equivalent like an Uber or Lyft, but we really do a lot of that through some nonprofits. And that actually is providing, I think, over 50% of our qualified trips now. They are not only a lower cost, but they are, it provides a better service sometimes. The more people that we put on that now, in theory, leads to better service on the Metro Access side, because we have those drivers focus on individuals that may not be able to use that or do not want to use that other service. So it kind of works together.
The eligibility is different for?
No, it's just the real, like, say someone in wheel mobility device might not be able to use an abilities ride.
Got it. Okay.
Where like a specialized van versus say a sedan, where if you had, maybe you're experiencing no vision, you could use the sedan, but you can't do that with a wheel mobility device. And again, that's an example. Where our big issue is traffic. And that really impacts overall service performance. Why bus, when we were at 83% customer satisfaction, people might say, well, that's not as good as rail at 92. Yeah, well, we own the right of way on the rail. We don't know. And that's generally, we're late to too many trips for pickup. And that's where we're really highly focused on is if we're supposed to be there, we got to get there at time. If that means adding more staff, that's kind of what we're working with the contractor on.
Okay. My last question for this round, and thank you, Chair Allen, for sharing this time. So last year, well, nope, it's 2025. So 2 years ago, I introduced this bill called Unlocking Housing at Metro Property Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2023 to unlock some development opportunities at WMATA properties that have limited potential at this moment because of significant capital barriers. Worked very closely with your staff, and I think I learned a lot through that process in terms of how we can better, unlock some of these properties that are right next to a transit. Could you share some of the challenges with transit-oriented development in this market, DC in particular? Because there are a number of places I think of off the top of my head where I'm like, this would be perfect. But I know that we have some limitations here.
Yeah, well, thank you, Councilmember. And thank you for spending that time on that topic. So it's a topic we want to continue to do more of. We have a strategic real estate plan, one of the only transit agencies in the country that has one, and we are actually implementing a fair amount. Now, we are across a massive service area, obviously. We are in process in Deanwood, and we hope to be able to announce something relatively soon. We're kind of wrapping up the solicitation process there, which is taking a long time for a variety of reasons, but we're feeling good about that. The reality is the market is the challenge. So one, capital costs have gone up dramatically to build, and finance rates are high. The biggest problem outside of those two is the spots that are left, i.e. Metro land. So people will say, oh, Metro has all this property. Well, most of our property is used, or it's next to, say, tracks. So, having an extra 40 feet on each side of the tracks that runs for miles isn't really usable property for anything else, right? Where we really have property that we want to maximize is at places that had a lot of surface parking near a station. So Fort Totten is an example that we are willing to, try to get into a development option. Deanwood's example. Morgan Boulevard, while it's in Prince George's, is a good example. And those ones around the region are ones we're trying to activate. So the challenge there is we got to figure out how to replace the transit infrastructure. Now, what we would want to do there is a good example is to go to a garage style versus surface. Garages cost a lot of money. With that said, we are trying to work to reduce our footprint as much as possible and the costs associated with that to try to help pencil out the project. So I hear this a lot from your constituents, our customers, which are, why can't you hurry up and do this? Well, one, Metro's not a developer. We don't have any housing or development money. We have property, and that property needs to be converted. So what I'm hopeful on is that over time, as financing rates go down, capital construction costs, probably not going down, but at least stop going up to the exact level, which seems that has happened. Some areas will become more ripe for development. The challenge too is some areas will only take so much development opportunity. So I hear certain stations and people will say, hey, developers are only going to go with, say, wood style construction versus, steel.
Yeah.
Right? Because steel means it got to go really high to get your ROI. Wood, lower density, but it's cheaper to build. Once you do that, though, then all of a sudden these other options start going away because the affordability of the development
Goes down.
So, I'm sure you hear this all the time where people say it's 100 units, just make it 40. And we want them all affordable and this, that, and the other. And it's just, the reality is someone else has to put their capital to work to turn these properties into development. So I think what we're focused on is collaborating, with district is a good example. You have a deputy mayor who used to do real estate with us, so obviously knows our stuff really well. And trying to activate these sites. There's a couple libraries that we're specifically focused on, Deanwood and Congress Heights. So a lot going on with the libraries, and those are anchors to help development around those stations. So, but we're happy to continue to collaborate if you have ideas, and we just need the market to kind of open up more, I think, to really make a few of these work.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you said is sort of the biggest challenge I feel like we have even communicating is that everybody assumes that affordable housing is free. And
Everyone assumes that everything is free.
Well, yes, but even at Deanwood, I'm sure folks are going to ask, they want 100% affordable. And it's like, okay, that takes a significant amount of capital to be able to make that work so that you all don't lose money on the project.
Yeah.
And that we're able to finance it.
Yeah, well, for a developer not to lose money. In the reality, actually, Deanwood's a good example where the community does not want 100% affordable.
Well, yes.
They want blend, right? And most people want blended so we can have real, true mixed use and then build a more vibrant, because then that will attract some maybe ground floor retail and other things.
Yeah.
Because everyone wants a grocery store and this and that and that. And I mean, they think you all have free money or we have free money, and everything's complex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We want it all for free.
Yes.
All right, let me jump to Kids Ride Free for a moment. So it looks like, based on the data, that the number of taps for our Kids Ride Free has increased in 2025 from 2024, if you're comparing similar months year over year. So the complaint we've heard over the years is, this is not on your side of it, that the Kids Ride Free cards aren't getting out to the schools, or not getting to the students. We'll hear that a lot. As somebody who rides a bus where a lot of kids get on and ride, I've seen many, many times the bus driver needs to stay on schedule. And when there's 20 kids that are fumbling around with a card, like, just get on, I got to get you moving because I need to stay on schedule, right? And so then those taps don't get counted. Unless we had a very large increase in the student population in the district that somehow doesn't correlate with these taps, it seems like it's fair to say the increase in the number of taps taking place is because we have used different tools or different technology to more accurately capture the number of kids that are actually riding transit. Is that a fair takeaway, or are you seeing actually a lot more kids enrolled and somehow enrolled in the program?
Yeah, I would say, council member, that we're seeing more compliance with people using their fare cards. I'll just be honest. When I got here the summer of 22, so school year starting in September, I guess late August, September 22. I mean, it was pretty chaotic. Still coming out of the pandemic, using, we had just fare evasion rampant throughout the whole system, and it was very hard
coming
to
out of the
track.
pandemic, and WMATA had actually said, we're just going to run this for free. So everyone got conditioned.
Exactly. It was just the whole thing was challenging. So I think the fact that we put new fare gates in meant that people then had to tap to go through. And what we saw is, between that, redeployment with our officers and staff and engaging people on fares, I think working with the schools closer to ensure, and DDOT, so I think there's a better distribution now of the cards. And I think especially this mobile pilot has really shown a lot of value. We want to expand the mobile. And I think that's what this is showing, is that more students have their card or have mobile, are using them. And we are doing less of just let through the gate, make sure you tap your card to go through.
Perhaps when we named a program Kids Ride Free, they believed us. And so they're like, oh, it's free.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think with a combination of technology and taps, I agree that's it. Okay. I think continue to work with DDOT and others. We've got to keep working on on that. Maybe there's a rebranding of the program as well, but it's a wonderful program. It makes sure the kids can get to school. It's crucially important, 1,000% support that. But I think a combination of many factors. And as you said, when you got here, WMATA had just gone through a long period of time where everyone was told.
Yeah,
"Don't tap, just get-"
COVID threw everything out the window and trying to put Humpty
But
Dumpty
it takes
back.
time to reorient
That's right.
behavior
Yep.
after everyone's told it's free just to get on. Speaking around students, looking ahead to our public witnesses, we have a large number of public witnesses coming from PAVE, which is an organization that helps advocate for our students and our schools. One of the things that I have a hunch they are going to be asking about is whether WMATA has given any thought to piloting student-only buses or student-only rail cars. From their perspective, they talked about it as ensuring students feel a sense of being able to be on transit safely. We've talked about all the improvements on public safety overall. Is that something that WMATA has considered in the past? Are there any legal barriers to public transportation saying this can only be for one set of riders?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So that is not something we are considering. I think legally that would be, if not impossible, pretty close to impossible. So there's kind of charter rules set up through the Federal Transit Administration. So a good example, those are set up so we can't run a trip only for school. So a good example, we run a lot of what we call trippers that provide supplemental service during school times, but anyone can get on that bus. And if we didn't let someone else on that bus, then we would be in violation of using federal resources that are limited. So what we're trying to do is just provide really good staffing around where, so again, Leroy works with the principals and others and his team. The transit police know exactly where school breaks are, really trying to, get students safely on and quite frankly, off the system. The better we run service is actually the key to all of this stuff. The least amount of time someone is on the system means their trip is better and everything's safe for everybody. So the best thing we can do is run good service. So it's something that if they want to engage, Ann and our team, we can hear their thoughts, and explain maybe the regulatory environment and just what we're trying to do on to keep everyone safe. We're happy to do that.
That's what I thought, was that we would be precluded from running a restricted student-only public transportation. However, WMATA, as you've done in the past, can be thoughtful and strategic about where to provide transportation options that serve students. You just can't refuse if somebody else needs to get on that bus.
That's correct. And the time of day, there's not a lot of other people generally, but obviously, it's a public system, so.
Yeah. Let me spend a second. I want to follow up on a couple of questions that my colleague had asked, looking through fare evasion. We start off with the modernization of our fare gate project. I mean, that's something that I think shows you that design matters a lot. I remember in this building many, many years ago, arguing with a predecessor of yours that replacing the fare gates with the exact same fare gates that almost all of us could step over is not the best investment. And so I think going through that retrofit of every station was the right decision to make. I hate the fact that hadn't been made years and years before because it cost money. But as best we're hearing from you, the gates help drive fare evasion down over 80%.
Yeah, the data would show that. I think we say it's 82%.
Yeah.
I mean, these are
I'm sure there's a
algorithms.
handful of acrobatic people that can get over them, but it has dropped dramatically.
Dramatically. And we are, and I try to tell this to people all the time, we will never have zero fare evasion, period, because there's no system in the world.
Right.
We're not a prison. We are a public transportation system. We wanted to drive down non-compliance significantly. We feel very good about that. It's created a safer system. We've recovered more revenue. Revenue then drives better service, which people demand. Obviously, everyone wants more service, and the revenue helps pay for it. The other thing is it makes people feel that the system is fair. The number one complaint I got was, why am I paying and no one else will? So again, why we're now concentrating so much on the bus side. So, I think design matters. Are they perfect? Of course not. But some agencies have gone to, I would say, a little bit more almost, I don't want to use the word militaristic, but trying to, or maybe a design that looks a little bit more imposing.
I've seen those.
And I actually think because of the beauty of our system, the team did a really good job of blending those in. Again, we're trying, I would rather us get this little bit of fare evasion and not look kind of like a prison.
Yeah.
And a beautiful system that we have versus that, that little bit of a
Yeah,
game.
I agree. I don't think people want to get on transit through a cage. But I do think the design was well done.
Yeah.
I think it has made clearly a massive impact and difference. It's never going to eliminate 100%,
Yeah.
but anything that's going to be over 80% effective is a success.
Yeah.
And so I give kudos to the team that designed it. I do think it looks good within our system overall. So I think that's the right decision. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'll pass that on the team. And we're really excited come spring for tap and go with credit cards and debit cards. And we think that's going to further even improve the overall experience.
Yeah, yeah. There was a couple of tables that WMATA had sent us that actually, rather than try to dig in a table right now, we'll follow up with you after the hearing. We're looking at some of the rail and bus fare evasion enforcement numbers, and the total numbers don't necessarily match the numbers in the footnotes. So rather than try to go through a confusing
Okay.
table right now, would love to follow up with you afterwards, and we'll make sure we
Sure.
kind of get a full sense on that. I did want to follow up on what my colleague was asking, though, because I was going to try to get into this as well, because we had the Office of Administrative Hearings come in, and the Chief Judge shared what my colleagues already said, so I'm not going to repeat that. What I do want to try to understand, though, is where, in your conversation with the OAH, where have we found a legally deficient document? Is the template being created by OAH itself, and you're trying to implement a document they created? Was it a document created by a different agency? You said that you didn't create the fare evasion citation document. Who created it then?
Yeah, so I have not had conversation with OAH. Our legal team has done that. And we can follow up with more information on this, because again, I hear last week we had a really good meeting with on a lot of things around this. My general understanding is it's a DC citation that we are using. So again, Metro doesn't have, because it's not our ticket. And I think that has been the general issue, right? So this, you may recall a couple of years ago, we went from having no enforcement ability, generally speaking, to putting this together. Clearly, I think the intent was right to get it together. Mechanics maybe didn't come together correctly. It seems like last week we're trying to solve those mechanics. So, but it's my general understanding that this is, it's a DC design-based ticket because it's being used in DC, which is different than the ticket we would use. So like our officers have ticket books from the whole region. And one thing we are trying to do is move that to digital. So again, there can't be paperwork involved and, a misinterpretation or just higher data quality as well.
Yeah.
So we're happy to follow back with you, though. I have a meeting this week to try to get a circle back on what happened.
So my understanding is OAH is the one who created the document.
That's,
the citation.
that's generally my understanding, but
Okay.
I can't say that 100%, but that's my general understanding.
Got it. Now, some of the issues the Chief Judge identified, though, weren't just about the template and the citation. She cited in her testimony, and obviously it's the Chief Judge coming before us, so we're going to take that seriously, saying that it's ineligible or having missing documentation. So while it sounds like there are issues around a template document if it's being created by one entity and you have to use it, but also if WMATA personnel are filling it out with missing information, that's also then going to be on WMATA, right? So
100%. Yeah.
What conversations have you had with Chief Anzolo or others around retraining that's needed, or other information to make sure that those things are not repeated?
Yeah, we would be just like a DDOT, someone giving a parking ticket or an MPD officer. If we don't fill out the form correctly, then that would be on the person filling it out. So again, one of the things we're really trying to do is move things to digital. So digital cleans up all of those things, right? Because you can't complete the form unless you hit all the boxes, and it's drop-down menus and all that type of thing. So the more we can drive towards digitalization, all of this stuff kind of gets better. So that is a big effort our team is working on with DC, but other partners as well, because we need to have this into the joint ticketing system. Yep. So
okay. And the other part that I'm trying to make sure, like I want us to solve the problem. So if it feels like this issue had not bubbled up to where it is now until the Chief Judge came and testified about this. Is that the first that WMATA became aware that almost every citation was getting tossed out at OAH?
I wouldn't say that. I think it might be more acute now. I think, again, I think people have had conversations, but not maybe detailed enough and not enough collaboration across the the two organizations. Again, I don't think anyone purposely not doing that. It's just for a variety of reasons, maybe how this got implemented to begin with. So again, I'd like to put the issue to bed as well. So my understanding is there was a really positive meeting last week, and I look forward to getting an update this week on that.
Okay, that's good to hear. I do appreciate your point, and I hope the public hears it as well, around the revenue from a ticket. Because WMATA does not see the revenue. So it's not like you have an interest in writing tickets to generate revenue. And it sure seems like we're seeing significant increases, even just from, and what I mean by significant increases of paid ridership and fare recovery, so a reduction in fare evasion, just by the actions of enforcement. And so even if we're not seeing the tickets ultimately lead to a payment, what you are seeing is the enforcement that is actually changing behavior. And that's what ultimately we all want, is to make sure that you have the behavior.
That's right, no question. The general deterrence. The other thing we want is the ability to take people that potentially have serious, like things like warrants or fugitive justice or weapons off the system. And since we've now implemented fair enforcement with this new process, we continue on a daily or weekly basis to arrest people that I think it's clear no one wants on the system, because they're the people that are committing just crimes in our community.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Finishing up on this theme for a little bit, WMATA reported that you had started a high-intensity targeted enforcement. I'm not sure what my right acronym with that is. HITE, H-I-T-E?
Yeah, that very police language. I think we'll be probably branding that a different approach.
Got it.
Yeah.
And so in that one, my understanding is that's where WMATA is partnering with other law enforcement agencies to target hotspot stations. Then WMATA also is using pop-ups. Again, don't know if that's the right terminology, where officers who share stations in common will conduct an impromptu fare enforcement. What have you seen in terms of which one of those different approaches is, as you evaluate them, is having the better intended effect that you want?
Yeah, I don't think it's a binary this versus that. We want to have a variety of tools built into the patrol division specifically.
I guess what I'm trying to get is, does one have more success than others?
This isn't, and I know you don't mean this way, but it's not a lab experiment. So this does this and this doesn't. We want to have a variety of tools so we can mix those up. We want people to think that we can be anywhere at all times. That leads to much higher deterrence factor. The other thing is we want to use our officers as cost efficient as possible, right? And so they could be, we go flood an area for a period of time. Other times it might be, it could be event specific. It could be a variety of things. So we want those tools. The granularity is just not there on saying 2 officers were at Silver Spring Station between 8 and 9, and it did this for that hour. It's just, it's just too big of an enterprise to get to that, pure causation, but we can see correlation. And then we want to continue to see more and more correlation. When we have uniformed personnel, then we continue to see not only better fare compliance, we see overall safer system.
Yeah. And the last point on this one is around how I've known Chief Anzola for a number of years.
Yep.
Think the world of him. He's been incredibly responsive and a great partner. One of the things that I know I will hear feedback around is ensuring that as we have these increased enforcement actions and activities, that we also are intentionally creating a feedback loop to where we learn and make sure we are protecting everyone's rights. I have had residents who've reached out to me where they have seen, armed officers just forcefully removing people from a bus for fare evasion. I do not want us to go back to where we were, I think, many years ago, where we were fielding a lot of complaints about actions of Metro Transit Police Department officers, and the way in which they were enforcing. So I wanted to ask, how are you creating and how are you working with the chief so that you've got eyes and visibility on the ways in which many of these activities are conducted? In DC, for example, we'll have an Office of Police Complaints. We have mechanisms where if a citizen has an interaction with a police officer and doesn't feel like it went the right way, they have a mechanism by which to field a complaint and have a review. How are you working with the chief to make sure that at the same time you're working on your enforcement actions, we're also making sure that we have the mechanisms of feedback around protecting everyone's rights.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. So, I mean, from an oversight point of view, WMATA does not lack in. That is for sure. So whether it's at a hearing like this, I've done hearings in Maryland recently. We have stuff in Virginia as well. We also have Office of Inspector General. We have police advisory, kind of a board advisory group. We have our board itself. And we give very frequent safety security updates and discussions with the board. We just had one at the end of January to go through all the data for the year and things of that nature. So I think there's a lot of eyeballs on that. The other part of eyeballs is all of our officers have body-worn cameras. Everywhere they work is full of video. So we'd be the only police department that I could basically say is every activity that one of our officers does, they're under video, right? If you're in a rail car, if you're in a station, you're on a bus, and body camera, unlike most police departments. We have a pretty significant community services bureau that we do a lot of community interaction with. People have access to me to send information as well. So I think we are going about this the right way. I've had very, very little complaints since I've been the general manager of any. I don't actually recall someone coming with like a put together case related to excessive force. Obviously, internal affairs, we also have that mechanism inside of police. But we obviously do not want a culture of heavy-handedness. At the same time, we are really looking forward for people to follow the rules. And generally speaking, fair compliance is the front line for us. So our gates at our station is a good example. We have officers at gates a lot because that is the entry point to the system. The front door of the bus, entry point to the system. So, we just want people to follow the rules. What we do get, though, is an enormous amount of public response about all the work we have done. So since we really put in the gates or we've cracked down more on fair compliance on bus and rail, the public at large, when I'm out on the system or I do a town hall out on the system or those types of things, or emails we get or social media, there is a lot of people thanking us for really holding people accountable for paying their fare and just acting, kind of better on the system. So I think the general temperature is good, but that's one of those things we got to keep our pulse on all the time because we do not want that to kind of go in the wrong direction.
Right. Because I think the reason why I think it's something we want to keep a close eye on and continue working is that we build these systems often from an oversight system, not for the majority, but for the minority.
Of course.
So if the minority of individuals are having a negative experience, you won't hear that as much as you'll hear from the majority who are having a good experience. And we want to protect the rights of the minority as much as we protect the rights of the majority. So happy to follow up with you, continue working with the chief and others, just making sure that residents have a mechanism. We're no stranger to that here in the district with our body-worn camera footage, the way we deal with Office of Police complaints. So I just want to make sure that residents are always going to feel like they've got their rights and their visibility into talking about what their interactions are and making sure that if there is a negative one, we have a remedy for that.
Sure, yep.
Okay. I want to turn to a couple of issues with my parochial DC hat on for a second here. When we look at WMATA's staffing, so I believe you have 13,017 employees, so a large agency. 1,631 are DC residents, so 12.5%. On one hand, I'll say that number's too low. We want to see more DC residents be hired. The upside, though, is it does look like hiring of DC residents is up relative to the current share of DC residents. So I read that to mean more DC residents are coming into the pipeline to work for WMATA. That's fantastic. In FY24, 21% of new hires were DC residents, and so far in FY25, 27% of new hires are DC residents. So that's great. Keep it up. I want to see that hiring trend continue. To what extent do you think WMATA thinks about strategically? How are you looking at across the region and your member jurisdictions so that you get to a more equitable share of Virginia, Maryland, and DC residents that make up the WMATA family?
So, Councilor, I'm not trying to be I might not be tracking the question correctly. Obviously, we post a job and we're going to interview people that are qualified for that job regardless of where they live. So I'm not sure, again, I might be just missing the question, so maybe,
So if I look at the entire workforce of this thing, it's very important to our entire region. Only 12% of the workforce lives in DC. With my DC hat on, I want more people from DC working at WMATA. So the upside is over the last year and a half, we're seeing about 25, 27% of your new hires are DC residents. Do you look at the region in a way to say, I want to have a workforce that is both from Virginia and DC and Maryland and have a distribution of that? Or is it, we just post it and we see where folks come?
yeah, well, one, I'll be clear, I definitely do not post a job. I mean, I don't post, but we are not posting jobs hoping that we have a third. We are a regional system, and I do everything I can for us not to be a parochial 3-state driven system. And I think that's really important for the integrity of our organization and the overall quality of our organization, that we don't be like 3 Confederate states joined together, if you will. With that said, I think this is a lot larger question about, cost of living and where our garages or services are as well, right? So we may provide a lot of service in DC, but we also have a lot of our facilities are outside of DC because they take up big industrial spots, right? So we happen to have more, I would say, of our facilities in Maryland, proportionally. But now we also have a big facility up, in Loudoun County up by Dulles. So we have employees, where it's this other here, we have employees that live in Delaware, West Virginia. I keep running into more and more employees that live in West Virginia. So I think cost of living is reality of one of those equations. And 2 is the type of job. With that said, one of the things that we're actually going to be working on a little bit is to see, obviously there seems to be a shift in federal employment. It seems appearing to be a shift in federal employment in the region. And one of the things we're going to be looking at is, are there positions that wouldn't be really frontline transportation positions, but say accounting, human capital, procurement, that we might have vacancies on, that we can try to help accelerate hiring with people that might be experiencing, current conditions in the federal workforce. So a long way of getting around, we are looking for the best talent on that particular skill set, kind of regardless of where they live. But we have an in-work process. So if you're not frontline, which is mostly Leroy's world, everyone else is going to be, so we're not hiring someone that's in Nebraska. So you're going to be in this region contributing to the region.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is from a workforce pipeline, if you see a jurisdiction that's lagging significantly behind in your overall staffing numbers, there's an opportunity to work on whether it's recruitment events, whether it's job fairs in those jurisdictions, try to help recruit out of those jurisdictions so that I would say 12% of the workforce starts to get, you're never gonna get third. 12% starts to get too low. So again, I'm encouraged by seeing a higher proportion of new hires being DC residents. That's great. For our DC residents, I want them to know it's a great place to come work. So I want them to come there, right?
Yeah, I think the ad has been good. So you're encouraging people to apply for jobs at Metro.
I do, but I want to make sure you're hosting those events in the district and we're recruiting.
We're doing that across the entire region. So we are partnering with, we do that with universities and colleges. We do that with workforce boards. I'll check with the team. If we don't feel like we're getting enough interaction in DC itself, that's something we can accelerate. But I know specifically we've done events in the district, especially with younger people, trying to build the future of the workforce as well. But I can go back and check to make sure that I'm pretty sure we are distributing that across the region.
Okay. One more issue regionally. Similar point on contracting. So as we went through the responses of the nearly $900 million of procurement across FY24 and 25 to date, only 0.7% of it was with district businesses. Out of 900 million, 0.7% are with district businesses. Why is that so low?
24. Just pulling up the question here, council
Sure.
member. I think you're asking of the procurement in the last year.
Yep. So
Total contracts is about 900 million.
Mhm.
And well, a big chunk of procurement could be things like rail cars and buses, which I may be
I'm not making any buses or rail cars.
I
I
may-
got that.
I may be mistaken, but no one in DC is making rail cars and buses, so those are gigantic contracts, right? It also might mean that work is being done in the district, but the firm is not based out of the district, right? So we might do work with a company like, heavy construction firm that is based in a completely different state outside the region as a headquarter, but the reality is their local division is executing that work, and that work could be in DC. So, Bladensburg Garage is in DC, but the firm that is working on that is probably not a registered DC firm, but that doesn't mean that there's not tons of people working in this region and delivering a project in the district. So, most of our money is on larger items. So that, I would think that's generally what it is, big firms that probably are not actually headquartered in the district.
I can't control building new rail cars or buses. But I definitely, as a DC council member and DC appropriator, when I see 0.7%, that's going to jump out to me. So would love to follow up with you after the hearing to better understand why we see that so low. Is it the nature of, hey, most of these are going out to, these procurements are going somewhere else, and it's rail cars and buses, like you said? Or are there other ways to get that percentage up in terms of district businesses, just as an appropriator who deeply values this system and is going to make sure we're funding it? I want to make sure our DC businesses are able to be in a spot where they're also great partners with WMATA.
Yeah, I understand that point, Councilmember, but again, back to regulations, we can't put the thumb on the scale on any of that stuff. So these are just open procurements, and we have to follow federal regulation, and we can't, there's not going to be a preference on a contract that says A, B, or C that is a violation of federal regulations.
Yes, but there is a difference between a passive answer and an active answer, right? There's an active answer that is, we can find ways to make sure we're putting ourselves in front of more DC businesses. There's ways that we can try to be more attractive to that. And then you go through the procurement process, but there's a way to actively say, I want to make sure that these businesses have a great shot. We're not putting the thumb on the scale. We're making sure that they are able to be competitive. They know about the opportunities. We do this all the time with funding opportunities in the district, where we go through a procurement process, but we do everything we can to make sure that local businesses know about the opportunities, are able to partner for them.
Yep.
And that's what I'd like to see.
And I think
more of.
I think we do that pretty well. We're happy to have Ann follow up with your team on how we do that. But that is, for instance, on the DBE or WMBE program, we do a massive annual big workshop, and then we also do small targeted pieces. We are trying to engage. We now have a vice president of community engagement that we never had. So we hired her to really help us connect with nonprofits and others that we never used to do. So I think you would see that we are trying to make everyone aware of opportunities. It's just where those firms or individuals may line up with those unique opportunities may not change these numbers. But and if there's somebody or some organization that we are not doing a good job on that, we're happy to hear about that and then refine how we're doing that. But I think you would find that we are really actively pushing opportunities out there and getting people engaged in them.
Yep. Well, I think you heard my point, and I'd love to see more DC businesses.
I heard your point, Councilmember. Yeah.
All right. Let me try to hit a couple other issues here on personnel, and I want to turn to labor just for a little bit. So of the 5 collective bargaining agreements that you identified in the pre-hearing responses, the CBA with OPEIU Local 2 is set to expire pretty soon, this summer, June 30th, 2025. When in our standard agency questions, we asked about negotiations, the response was no negotiations are pending currently. When would we expect that negotiations would begin with Local 2, OPEIU? If their contract is ending this coming summer?
Yeah, I think relatively soon. They have to indicate something, so I think there's a process on that would happen relatively soon. Okay.
All right, but as of right now, you wouldn't expect that we would see a contract expire without a new contract in place?
Potential. I would personally prefer that not to be the case, but obviously it involves a negotiation, 2 sides working that out. So I will say, listen, Local 2 is an important organization. It is not the size of, say, 689 to work out a larger contract, which is certainly, I would argue, much more complex. The type of workforce and the rules and aspects. But Local 2 is very important, represents a very important group of people in the organization. I think you'll see we're in labor harmony with everybody right now, which is great, and we'd like to keep it that way. So I think that, they want predictability. We need predictability. You all, when you go through your budget process, will like predictability. Local 2 will not have a financial impact like, say, a 689 contract, to the extent that is, but it's really important that those individuals feel like they got a collective bargain process, and that we have a contract that works for both sides, hopefully for another 4 years.
Yeah, and I think we are in a good place on the labor side, and that's a credit to management and labor leadership that have really worked hard together in some tough times to get that there. One thing that jumped out to us looking through the pre-hearing responses too, when we asked about grievances filed against the agency, there were 396 total grievances filed in FY24, but there have been 359 filed in FY25 to date. The reason that number jumps out to me is it feels that's through the first quarter of FY25, roughly, we're almost at the entire number of grievances filed the entire last year. Is there anything going on that would explain why we're seeing that take place in FY25 compared to 24?
I don't have any kind of formal response to that at the moment, council member. So I would say order of business. Some of this could be clarifications on contract. Could be a variety of. We have so much complexity around our work rules and things of that nature. So Leroy does a lot of this with a lot of our team. That again, our big thing is to try to be as collaborative as possible. Management and union are never going to be 100% in agreement, but we're trying to never be disagreeable. I work with the union presidents pretty closely. Again, we're trying to resolve. My goal is to resolve issues, to not have grievances ultimately. With that case, sometimes there'll be grievances. Sometimes they're employee related. It's there's a personnel matter that we are going to take. The union may feel it's right to represent their member a certain way. So some of those things are both new contract in one way, could be the way we're kind of interpreting and moving forward. It could be the way they're interpreting. So again, I try to just make it that we're doing it as collaborative as possible. And some of the stuff is just natural process in a big organization.
Okay. Perhaps we can follow up afterwards then, because I want to make sure I understand, for example, perhaps those are pending claims in FY24 that carried over into 25. If I'm just seeing the numbers that look like the first quarter is matching the entirety of the year before, just want to make sure we wrap our heads around that and understand what's going on.
Yeah, I think it was the first half, but I think it's logical. Some of those could be
First half, sorry.
Some of those are probably swing overs year to year or cycle to cycle. So, I mean, sometimes grievances or arbitrations take a long time. Sometimes they're fast. I mean, they're kind of, you've seen one, if you know what I mean. So.
Yeah. And yeah, sorry to clarify, not quarter, but half a year. All right, on a different topic, obviously last year we were talking a lot about the circulator as it was wrapping up and winding down here in DC. Many of the members of ATU Local 689 and OPEIU Local 2 were eager to leverage their experience and service with the circulator bus service to join WMATA. Ultimately, it looks like WMATA was able to bring on, I think, 76 of the 179 applicants who were former circulator workers. I obviously want to make sure that every single one of those workers land on their feet, whether that's with WMATA, another transit agency, or something else entirely. But I do appreciate, I know I had a conversation with you throughout that time period. So I appreciate you and your team holding information sessions, providing targeted assistance, trying to help recruit in applicants and doing that. What I want to make sure I understand is for the remaining 122 applicants, some of them didn't meet the hiring criteria. Were there any consistent themes that you saw or your team saw focused on either educational or experience in their background that some applicants were missing? Were there any other barriers that were preventing them from move from applicant to hiring? And kind of what I'm getting at is, are there workforce development ideas we should be trying to think about for that cadre of workers? What type of support should we be thinking about to help workers find a home at any other transit agency, or just making sure they land on their feet?
Yeah, I'll do the latter, and then I'll hand it to Leroy for the former. So, I mean, I think we're sort of that we defer to you all, right? You're the district government on workforce development aspects related to non-WMATA employment. I will say WMATA has a higher standard than a lot of regional transportation providers. And so sometimes people will say, I'm confused. They worked at WMATA, they maybe got terminated, they work somewhere else. Why can't they come back to WMATA? We have different standards around performance, but we also have a higher medical standard in relation to kind of just overall occupational safety. So we are trying to continually attract good employees or good people to bring into the employment. And I'm glad that we were able to have 76 people that worked at Circulator, had that experience that we could take into the system. Obviously, it costs us money to recruit and train. So anyone that can actually meet our qualifications, that we can actually make that more efficient and get someone in the door easier, we are going to do. Leroy, if you want to kind of hit the former just on why some of these individuals thematically wouldn't have made the cut.
Sure. So some of the applicants that fell into that 122 were just non-responsive. After we reached out, multiple attempts, even worked with DDOT and their contractor to try to help bridge that gap with the communication. However, some folks were just non-responsive. And some folks that applied were prior employees to Metro. We took a very hard look at every single case of former employees that were discharged. Some we were able to work out. Some just didn't meet the hiring standards and the performance standards, as Mr. Clark just mentioned.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I, again, do appreciate the work of the outreach and the effort. Can you just make sure that I've got this right in my understanding for the individuals that did have service at Circulator and then were hired at WMATA, they came in as new hires, or were they able to carry any experience from Circulator over?
They came in, they'd be a new hire.
New hire. Okay. That's what I thought. Just want to make sure I understood that. All right. And any ability to address pay rates, seniority would have to have a fiscal impact that would come from the district to be able to have WMATA facilitate something like that.
That's correct. We corresponded with the union on that. Yeah, obviously, WMATA isn't able to eat the cost of that. Yeah.
Right. No, I would view that as a district responsibility. It was a district Circulator. And so I understand that. Okay. Just want to make sure I understood that topic there. All right. I think that I've gone through most of my questions, and I know we have to let our team from WMATA leave in just a moment. Just scan through to make sure. Oh, sorry. Let's hit on a high note. So you shared last week, you kind of talked about it briefly in your opening, but I want to make sure you have a chance to talk about it a little bit more. Our FY25 revenue is coming in right now at the mid-year point above our estimates by about 37.2 million, or that's am I reading that right? 15.5% better than was expected, right?
At the halfway point, yes. So we expect that gives us enough confidence to lift our expected use of PM a little less this year, but for FY26 by about $20 million. Got
it. Okay. And I think certainly, I mean, we talked about this a lot over the last couple of years. I think the preventive maintenance swap is something that, from a budgeting perspective, you get yourself in deeper and deeper trouble pretty fast. So I'm glad to see that we're able to unwind a little bit of that. We still have a lot of work to go. Help for the person who's trying to understand, you got 15% more revenue than expected coming in. How does WMATA help best take advantage of that increased revenue? Is it just we're going to be able to pay for more service that we already have? Is there something that you want to talk about that allows WMATA to be able to make strategic investments with that revenue? Just can you talk more about what that translates to for the agency?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So I think people hear a topic like, we're in this really challenging communication timeframe, right? Which is more or less no one wants to read anything, and people live by a tweet, sadly. And the reality is we are using capital money to offset some of our operating costs, as you articulated, which is not a good practice. Using some of that is not that big of a deal. Everyone does it to some extent. The key is not doing big lifts on that year after year, because it just collapses your capital program. So for the last 2 years, we were able to salvage more of the capital program by identifying a lot of savings. That's going to help us get to fiscal year 29 now to hit our capital cliff versus our fiscal capital cliff versus FY28. So we basically bought ourselves a full year of capital based on all the cost efficiency work that we've done. So the team has done really good there. What it really means, though, is if we can, in FY26, we think we'll have $10 million more. That's $10 million of capital money we won't use, and therefore it will be available in FY29 as an example, or we don't have to sell bonds faster for that $10 million as an example. So it's not that there's new service. If anything, we are in our proposed budget do have some service enhancements. On the bus side, it's better bus, which is cost neutral, but we think it's a much better bus system. On the rail side, again, this evening and on the weekend, 1 hour later, 1 hour earlier on Friday night, and Saturday, Sunday morning. And the board's considering that right now. And I think they'll probably vote on the budget in April. That's what we're currently looking at. We also are looking at these super peaks on red and silver just to manage overall capacity and then try to get half of our yellow line trains back to Greenbelt. We're paying for almost all of that with cost efficiencies of automatic train operation. So that service is becoming so much more efficient on how we use those trains that now is allowing us to shift about a $9 million savings to driving that extra service. We want to continue thinking about how we can drive more efficiency in the system to pay for additional services as needed over the next couple of years. The big lift is we're going to need more bus service as a region. And there's not too much more pure inefficiency we can get there. That's going to involve more investment. So we in this region need more, like we have in District 24-hour, we need a few places outside the district. We need better Saturday and Sunday service in a lot of parts of the region, and we need higher frequency in parts of the region. So that's one of the things that DMV Moves we're working on is how to articulate a maybe a 5 to 10 year incremental, because it doesn't have to happen all at once. Quite frankly, we couldn't even implement it all at once. But how do we drip X amount of money over time to just drive overall bus service? So I would say to people listening is we are doing everything we can to be efficient. Your fares pay for service, so please pay your fare. One, two, we need to continue to look at everything. And the job's not done. We've saved a lot, but there's more we can do. It gets harder and harder after you knock some things out. I think technology is where our big future here at this organization, and it's not a switch to turn on. We're taking a legacy system and trying to modernize it very rapidly. So I look at things like bus and rail maintenance, where we're going to be able to get to when we have our full data set into a data warehouse, start driving algorithms to get into predictive maintenance. We are clearly going to get savings out of all that. Hopefully that will allow us to, one, have a more predictable capital program, and two, continue to put downward pressure on the district, in this example, subsidy request, because we know you have significant financial challenges, right? So that's what we're going to work really hard. We're not going to take it for granted that you're just going to have extra money. We know that if anything, you'll have less money, so we need to continue to be more efficient.
Yeah, and you talk about technology. I know we've talked about the ideas around more automation, more abilities to make those investments and I want to frame that as than just spending money. This is an investment. This is buying and investing in systems that will actually allow you to be more efficient and have more savings down the road.
For sure. And thinking about them, how we get the benefits of safety and reliability, right? So at the end of the day, we are the safest, and I fundamentally believe this, and listen, naysayer on Twitter, whatever, we're the safest rail system in the United States. And the National Transit Database stats prove that. Does that mean we're 100% perfect? Of course not. We have, as you mentioned, 13,000 humans, and today, tomorrow we'll probably move 940,000 people in the whole system or something, right? So clearly there will be little things that happen. Our goal is to continue to get more mature around process to make those things less significant. With that said, things that really worry me are trespassers on our system. So we had a trespasser at Foggy Bottom on Friday, was that about 6:30? It destroyed the end of rush hour. We literally stopped 3 rail lines for almost a half hour. And that was a person, actually, we had a targeted team doing fair enforcement. Person ran past the police. They believe had a weapon on him and ran into the tunnel and caused 25 minutes, give or take, of chaos. We believe we want to get to a automated rail system, which means platform screen doors, tied into the train network, prevent trespassing. No one can fall on front of a train. those trains become highly efficient. So we get safety, our reliability goes from probably 90% to 99%. All the equipment is used better. There's a big spin-off long-term on capital and operations, how those two things work together. So I think that's where we
These are
want to.
tools that other transit
Kind of world
agencies
standard.
have.
World standard. Like you wouldn't go anywhere in the world that's building a brand new rail line and not doing that.
Right.
And that's the big push around the kind of even in the North America space now. LA has a new line that they're going to be going into that operation. Toronto's having a big discussion about it. New York is very hard to implement there, but they're thinking through different things. We want to get to a higher level of safety and a higher level of reliability. And I'll say that also, we're always going to need a big workforce. Now, we might need a different workforce of the future. We might need more people that have a higher upskill on certain technical, more IT technician skill set than what we have today. But we need people always to work here. The question is, what type of people, how many, what does 5 years, 10 years, 30 years look like as we advance in technology?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I know that you and I are going to be strong partners on this. I mean, the part that makes me anxious is that last week, where we have great news from WMATA's board, help sharing the information about a increase in revenue and kind of what that means, and even putting that capital cliff 1 year out. I also get a CFO's revenue estimate that shows dramatic decreases in revenue for the next 4 years in our fiscal plan from the district. And I've been around long enough to know sometimes political leadership is going to look at that scenario and say, this is the perfect time for me to kick the can down the road a little bit. You just bought yourself 1 more year on a capital cliff, got a tough couple of years coming. And I think we have to fight every political instinct some people may have around that, because we have to be able to make these investments. The cost of it only goes up over time. And these are system investments we have to make now. And to a point you started with a couple hours ago, a capital plan just doesn't flip a switch. You have to make plans multiple years in advance before you ever execute that. So the time is now for us to do the hard work and be able to figure this thing out.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, again, your leadership, DMV Moves, very much appreciated. So what I will say is, I do think the DMV Moves process has been good. It's brought a lot of people together. The level of transparency, I think, has been really good to get. If you want to know what's going on, it's all out there. There's a lot of people that might comment on stuff, but they'd actually have to read the stuff. So it's out there. We need to continue to be forced to be as accountable as possible, and I hope our transparency is driving that. With that said, there's going to be more revenue needed to deliver the system that people want. The key is, in my opinion, using money to drive a long-term better system, to then just put money into the same thing you're doing, right? We need to modernize everything we're doing at the organization as more of a tech mindset. So that's the plan that we owe to deliver, and I think we're framing that up. Next year is going to be very critical for this organization. If we want to avoid a pretty big catastrophic capital program crisis in only a couple of years, 2026 is really a year for action. And it seems like there's an organization in Virginia that's thinking that way. There's a kind of committee, that's working on a legislative committee on Metro and as well. And it's not just Metro, it's the larger transit network around the region is struggling. So I think the potential is there, and we need to bring kind of a joint leadership approach to say, what are we going to get? And the other thing is, when we spend money in Metro, as your point goes, it's reinvested in the community, right? We're not buying something and it's spent somewhere else around the world. It's spent here.
All right. I appreciate it very much. Councilor Matt Fruman just joined us. He said he had a quick question.
Okay.
We promised to the general manager that we were going to get him out of here at 11:30. It's 11:29. But let me give you a couple of minutes if you wanted to get in a couple of last
Good morning,
questions before
Councilmember.
we let the general manager go.
All right, thank you very much. My apologies. Tenleytown Metro canopy, what's the plan? Are we gonna, you guys put in a new escalator there, which is great, but then it's exposed. Is there a plan to put a canopy over there?
Councilor, we can do a follow-up with your team on that. I think that one, we've been waiting to see the development. I think there's an opportunity, my understanding is, of a larger development that might kind of overhang the station itself. If I recall, that's a conversation I had with the team, but I might have that out of context, but I think there was something related to that. So certainly we would not want to build a canopy that would impinge or hinder future development on that area.
I mean, I very much want to see future development on that area.
Yeah.
I worry it's 5 years out. I mean, the zoning has to go through.
Well, it would take us a long time to design, procure, and do the canopy. I mean, it wouldn't take 5 years, but we would definitely not want to spend all the money on a canopy and have it up in 2 years and then take it down in 4.
Okay.
So why don't we check in with the team on where we are with that? But again, I think the big thing, like I'm not worried about a little rain on the escalator because the one that we replaced, it rained on it for probably 30 years. So we want these vertical transportation systems covered clearly, but not putting money into something to then remove it is definitely not what we'd like to do either.
All right. I will follow up with you on that
Yep.
because I hear you that if it was something that was going to happen relatively soon, you wouldn't want to do it. But then I've wanted to see that block developed for a decade and a half and it hasn't happened. So I worry about putting it off
Sure.
to a date.
Yep.
Again, always want to thank you on the Better Bus Plan. I think the job your team did was phenomenal. I had a number of moments where I thought, wow, like I didn't think they would be as responsive as they were. Peter, rock star. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you for acknowledging them. That means a lot to the team that is working very hard.
Trolley trestle, not as, I understand where you're coming from, where you're at on it. How much will it cost you to tear it down, should you tear it down?
I don't have that in front of me, council member, but I stated, again, I appreciate your passion for the trestle. If we get the permit, we are going to rip it down. It's a safety issue, a liability issue for us. But I'll say this again publicly. We are happy to give it to the district. I'll give you the $1 to give to me to take the trestle. So we want to give it to the district. The district has to take it. And without that happening, when we get that permit, we're knocking it down.
So in terms, but I am curious how much it will cost, and I will follow up with you.
I don't know, but it's less than the liability and the safety concern that we have for sure.
Still curious what the number is.
Yeah, I just don't have it. If I had it, I would give it to you. I just don't have it in front of me.
100%. All right, so I kept you for 3 minutes, and that's all I needed to
That's all
do.
right. Thank you. Good
very
seeing you.
much. Good to see you.
All set, Councilmember? Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank
General
you.
Manager Clark, thank you very much for your time, to your senior team that's here as well. Appreciate it and look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
Absolutely. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're going to move to our public witnesses portion of the hearing. Right on time at 11:30. So give me just one moment here, and I'm going to make sure I got the listing of our panelists. Okay. All right. So our first panel of public witnesses, I have ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel from ANC 2A, ANC Commissioner Kisham Putta from ANC 2E, ANC Commissioner Bishop Henchman from ANC 5F, William Washburn, Chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee with the NAACP DC branch. I have Nikaya Petrovic Mujahideen, apologize if I mispronounced that, Executive Director of the Fair Budget Coalition and Urban Temple. Jeremiah Lowry, Policy Director with Legal Aid DC. Mike Litt, DC Chapter Chair and Sustainable Transportation Committee Chair of the Sierra Club DC. Matthew Girardi, Political and Communications Director with ATU Local 689. Naya Banks, Union Organizer with ATU Local 689. And Meg McGuire, Chair of the Board of the Northwest Opportunity Partners CDC. So if you're in the room and I called your name, please come on up to the table. And the rest, I believe we have all joining us virtually on Zoom. All right, I think Commissioner Patel is not here, but Commissioner Putta, I see that you're here, so why don't I turn to you for your testimony to start us off?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I know you've already had a long morning so far, but thanks for all the questions you asked Metro already, and thanks to Councilmember Fruman as well for all his work. Basically, I have a very specific testimony today. It's about the Better Bus Plan, which we appreciate and we're engaged with as an ANC. My residents are very interested that all these big changes are coming. Many of them are seniors and many of them are young people who need to get to school. And also many of my constituents are schools that would like it to be easier for students to get there. So basically what I'm going to talk about are bus stops and frequency. Let me first start with a brand new route called the C85 in Northwest. It's a very interesting route, Chairman Allen. It for the first time it connects Georgetown to the Palisades, to Burleith, to Glover Park, to Tenleytown, and all the way up into Chevy Chase. It will help students get to MacArthur High School, Hardy Middle School, Duke Ellington School, and the Washington International School. Specifically, kids who go to Eaton Elementary School, they currently have no good way to get to Hardy Middle School or eventually to MacArthur High School from that part of the boundary. And so we asked for this. We asked for ways to get to the brand new MacArthur High School, which is expanding next year, and in need of more trans. It just has the one route right now, the D6. So having this C85 will be very helpful. It will also help my constituents in Burleith. For the first time, a public bus will travel all the way down not just Tunlaw Road, but 37th Street Northwest, right through the heart of Burleith, down to Reservoir Road and Georgetown University. Now, to take full advantage of this, I would request a new bus stop along 37th Street Northwest, not only for my neighbors who live there, but also for all the students to get much closer to Hardy, Duke, and Washington International School. They previously didn't have that option. Now they will, and I think we should take advantage of it. The only existing stop for those kids is all the way at Reservoir Road between 39th and 38th. That's a bit far from these schools. So I ask that they please consider adding a stop along 37th Street, somewhere between T and R Streets Northwest, the 1700 or 1800 or even the 1600 blocks of 37th. On 37th, there's a southbound stop at Whitehaven, north of T. And by the way, I have submitted this just a little bit ago through the portal. There is a southbound stop all the way up at Whitehaven, north of T, but there is no northbound stop at all along 37th Street in Burleith. So please consider at least a northbound stop on 37th. We thank you for all the new and thoughtfully preserved routes. It's a very hard job, as Councilmember Fruman referenced, and you did as well, Chair Allen, a very hard balancing act, and we appreciate it. But our biggest concern continues to be the frequency of these new, interesting, thoughtful routes. You can have the most efficient routes designed in theory as possible, but if they only come every 30 minutes or at best 20 minutes during rush hour, when traffic can easily cause delay, they will not be successful. My constituents, my seniors will not take it. My students will not rely on it to get to school on time. We will do our part to encourage public transportation, but we need higher frequency on these buses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Next, let me turn to Commissioner Bishop Hinchman.
Thank you, Chair Allen and members of the committee. My name is Joe Bishop Henchman. I'm an ANC commissioner in 5F06, which is in Eckington. And I have a issue I wanted to raise about better bus stop elimination. But before I get into that, I want to give a heads up to the chair and the committee that you'll be getting a letter soon from ANC commissioners supportive of maintaining the funding in the capital budget for the NOMA third entrance project and pedestrian tunnel project to connect Union Market with NOMA Station. Chair Allen, I know you've been a champion of that project. In fact, in looking in the history, if we had all listened to you, the project would be open this year instead of still on the drawing board. The general manager noted earlier that NOMA Station last week had set a ridership record. And so I hope that's a project that we can keep moving along and make sure it doesn't continue to get delayed. But the main reason I'm here is Chair Allen, you mentioned earlier about better bus implementation and the importance of all the things that need to be done. For the most part, I've been very appreciative of WMATA's outreach and engagement on the project. It is, after all, the first bus redesign in 50 years. So there has been a lot that's had to go into it. And I've certainly seen that if we've been reached out to, I've gone to hearings and so forth, which makes it all the more unfortunate that I have to be here to get help getting a question answered that I've been trying to get answered since November. In November, WMATA put out its report listing the several hundred bus stops they plan to eliminate to speed up service. And according to that report, the only stops listed are where there's another stop within 660 feet. It's primarily on trunk routes, the routes that we're trying to speed up, and that they're receptive to community feedback on that. One of the stops that's included, I think, is erroneously included, and it's the pair of stops at 4th and Todd Northeast. These stops do not serve a trunk line. They're on what is now the P6 route and will become the D34 route, which is a neighborhood route. They are not within 660 feet of another stop. The closest stops are between 700 and 1,000 feet on either side. And most importantly for us in the community, they are the stop that serves Shalom House, which is an affordable housing community that serves individuals transitioning from homelessness back into the workforce. And they use this bus stop and this bus heavily to get to work, to get to the doctor, to get to school, to get to whatever they need to move on with their life. We reached out to WMATA in November and continuously since then to understand why they want to eliminate the stop. I honestly think it's a mistake. I think they meant the next stop up at V Street, not this one. I've gotten acknowledgement of our request, but have not been able to get an answer. I'm hopeful that we can address this and make sure that these stops aren't eliminated. And honestly, I need your help with this. I need the committee's help with this because I've not been able to get an answer despite repeatedly trying. ANC 5S passed a resolution regarding the retention of the 4th and Todd stops. I've submitted that for the record. The Shalom House residents have also signed a petition from all of them to WMATA and to the council to retain these stops. We've explained why it doesn't meet the criteria that WMATA has laid out for stop elimination. We've explained why it's not going to speed up service. We've even offered an alternative stop if they need to eliminate a stop along this route, but still we've gotten no answer, and I hope that that can change soon. Thank you very much, and certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Next, let me turn to William Washburn.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I'm Bill Washburn, Chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee for the DC NAACP branch. And want to start out by, thanking you for the questions that you raised with the general manager. And we also are glad to see some movement on certain initiatives. One, of course, is the Better Bus initiative, because for the first time we're seeing bus lines extend across the district line so that people don't have to do transfers at the district line. There's a particular route, C11, that is going to be running down Martin Luther King and South Capitol Street, all the way out to National Harbor. And that is really a sea change in terms of accessibility to that area from people living in Ward 8. Our concerns are a couple of concerns. One is with the one is with the frequencies of buses, particularly during rush hour. Looking at that new C11 route, the frequencies will never drop below the headways will never drop below 20 minutes even during rush hour, which would be really, we think, a sort of a reduction in service, because during rush hours along the routes that are currently serving the communities like A4 and A8, buses do run as frequently as 15 minutes apart. And we think that this really needs to be looked at again, because this community is disproportionately dependent on transit. We have a large proportion of people who don't have that access. So we think that needs to be looked at again. Our other concern is dealing with the WMATA's plans for the electrification of its bus fleet. We laud their move in this respect because we really didn't see much progress on that before 2023, I guess, when Mr. Clark really started to dig into his role as the new general manager, and we're glad to see the progress. But we have some communication issues. Okay, we have a bus garage that is supposed to at some point be converting over to service more zero emission buses, but it appears to be on the tail end in terms of when that conversion is going to take place. Now, we're aware that WMATA has acquired a few buses to be located at that garage, and a couple of them are running on what is now currently the W4 line. But there's been little, if any, communication with the community on what the phasing is for getting this Metro bus turned around. We took a look at their fleet plan, and it looks like they're not going to really get into serious electrification for this garage until after 2030. And we really think that WMATA needs to do a better job of interacting with the Ward 8 community with regards to this bus garage, with regards to bus service in general. In other words, we know that other garages are, there's more interaction that is going on between those communities and WMATA. And we're saying that because this community is so disproportionately dependent on transit, and because DC generates probably around half of the revenue that Metrobus gets from all rides in the region, that we ought to get a little respect in that regard. So those are the main issues that we wanted to put before you to hopefully take up on an ongoing basis with WMATA. And just because they're going to need our support in order to deal with the financial challenges that are facing us all in retaining this service. Again, thank you for allowing me this opportunity, and we'll be submitting our written testimony very shortly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Washburn. Next, I have Ms. Mujahid. Sorry, I don't know if Nakai is here. Okay, I think she dropped off. We'll try to get her back. Jeremiah Lowry, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, and I'll turn it to you next.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman Allen, for giving me the opportunity to testify. Public transportation is my name is Jeremiah Lowry. I'm the Policy Director of Systemic Advocacy at Legal Aid DC. Public transportation is an essential service that should be treated as a public good, not a commodity. Yet in our current system, transit fares disproportionately impact low-income residents, deepening social and economic inequalities. According to 2024 data from WMATA, approximately 70% of bus riders in Washington, D.C. evade fares. And this is not an issue of widespread lawlessness, but rather a reflection of economic hardship. Currently, 68% of D.C. bus riders come from households earning below $50K, while 49% of rail riders come from households earning below $75K. The cost of transit is a significant burden on these individuals, many of whom rely on the bus as their primary mode of transportation. Turn my camera off. People see me. Public transportation
Yep, we
is
can see
essential for many groups. Public transportation is essential for many groups, including seniors, students, and individuals with disabilities. Treating it as a commodity rather than a necessity limits access for those who need it the most. In 2024, eliminating fares could have made transit more accessible and could have created a safer environment for transit employees. Transportation in Washington, D.C. remains fundamentally inequitable. Public transit fares function as a regressive tax, disproportionately affecting those who can least afford them, much like sales tax hurt low-income consumers the most. The failure to view public transportation as a public good exacerbates these inequalities, creating disparities between working-class riders and those who can afford rail fares or personal vehicles. Fare-free buses would have put money back in their pockets in 2024, allowing them to cover essential expenses like housing, childcare, food, while ensuring they can move freely and efficiently through the city. Let me move on. Rather than implementing a fare-free bus service, the DC Council may have worked with WMATA on initiatives to increase fare compliance, including deploying plainclothes and undercover officers aboard buses. These approaches can be costly, difficult to implement. Additionally, fare enforcement places transit workers in an uncomfortable and often dangerous position, increasing their risk of exposure to violence. The council has recognized the importance of free public transit in the past. A fare-free bus system would have significantly elevated financial strain on residents. A daily commuter would save approximately $13K per year, $1,300 per year, assuming one round trip per day, 5 days per week for 52 weeks. These savings provide tangible financial relief to low-income workers, allowing them to redirect funds towards other essential expenses. The Just Recovery Coalition, of which Legal Aid is a member, proposes an equitable land value tax as well as other equitable tax structures the district can use to fund fare-free buses. Lastly, a failure to implement the Metro for DC fare-free bus program was a missed opportunity for progress. This initiative, which was derailed by the mayor and the chief financial officer in late 2022 and early 2023, would have provided free bus service to all district residents. By delaying this investment, the district has failed workers and residents in need. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowry. Next, let me turn to Mike Litt. Mr. Litt, are you there?
I'm here. Good morning, Chair Allen.
Good morning.
Well, my name is Mike Litt, and I'm a car-free renter in Ward 6 and the new chair of the Sierra Club DC chapter. I'm also chair of our Sustainable Transportation Committee, and I'm going to walk through the top lines of our recommendations for my more detailed written testimony. But for starters, as Metro's 2024 Benefits of Transit report found, transit not only improves health and reduces greenhouse gases, but also saves riders money on car costs, provides an affordable and equitable transportation option for those who can't afford cars, and saves lives. Metro should therefore be fully funded as the priority it should be. We commend DC, Maryland, and Virginia for addressing the $95 million funding gap in Metro's proposed FY26 budget. However, Metro continues to have to transfer preventive maintenance expenses from the operations budget over to the capital budget. And we know this cuts into capital budget funding for critical infrastructure projects to ensure Metro's safety, reliability, and sustainability. Ultimately, Metro needs dedicated funding for its operations like other transit authorities. As a member of the DMV Moves Community Partnered Advisory Group, we urge the DMV Moves Task Force to seize this generational opportunity to create a unified regional transit system. And this means going beyond the status quo or modest service improvements by maximizing frequency, expanding service, and seriously exploring funding sources like congestion pricing and land value return. We'll follow up with more information about those funding ideas soon. Service improvements are equally vital. We applaud Metro's leadership in increased ridership among large transit systems across the country last year. And to increase ridership even more, we support the Better Bus Network and the proposed increases in peak and weekend rail service, and also encourage Metro to work towards system-wide high-frequency service. So that means trains every 5 minutes and buses every 10, which would require dedicated funding. There's a theme here. This is, not just about convenience. It is an equity issue. We really need to address the additional time that transit users, transit riders are in effect taxed with compared to driving. Frequent service reduces wait times, improves access to opportunities, and protects residents from dangerous heat exposure. Now, on to safety. The recent safety audit revealed troubling gaps in Metro's emergency communication and fire safety systems. And so we'd like to know how Metro is fixing the identified problems and which projects in the proposed budget address them. While we are encouraged by the 40% drop in serious crime, Metro must also meet its targets for employee safety and on-time performance. And finally, Metro's transition to electric buses is essential for cleaner air, public health, and complying with DC's Climate Commitment Act. As a Sierra Club report on WMATA's bus fleet shows, there would be a savings of at least $350 million over a 15-year time period if 50% of WMATA's fleet were electric. According to Metro's annual transformation report released last week, WMATA awarded a 5-year bus procurement contract to further increase Metro's zero-emission bus fleet by up to 275 buses. Given that Metro plans to acquire approximately 100 buses per year, this 5-year contract suggests WMATA will fall short of its 2027 target to exclusively purchase zero-emissions buses and is on track to procure only 287 of the 500 zero-emission buses planned by 2030 in its zero-emission bus transition plan. So we request a timely update to this transition timeline and urge WMATA to prioritize meeting its goal of 100% zero-emission bus fleet by 2042, as well as staying on track with its timelines for converting bus garages to support electric vehicles. So just to wrap up here, WMATA is the lifeblood of our region. With sustained investment and bold action, we can ensure Metro becomes an even more sustainable, reliable, and equitable system for all residents and workers. I want to thank you for considering these comments and for your dedication to improving public transit in our region. I have to, unfortunately, hop off, but I'm happy to follow up for any other questions you might have. Thank you.
Got it. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Litt. Appreciate that. Understand you got to go. Next, let me turn to Matthew Girardi with ATU.
Chair Allen, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today. My name is Matthew Girardi, and I serve as Political and Communications Director for ATU Local 689. Today, I come to you of two minds. First being that Metro is a key lifeblood of the city and this region, and the second being, unfortunately, that management is failing to fulfill its mission. This testimony, at least on my end, will begin on the former. Our members at WMATA are proud to run a service that carries millions of people in and around the district every year. However, the lack of dedicated funding has been a long-term systemic challenge that we must deal with now. It is beyond stressful for bus operators, rail station managers, mechanics to hear year over year that their jobs are on the line if all 3 jurisdictions do not come up with requisite funding. DMV moves must continue to be seen as an ambitious generational moment for change. Namely, we need to push for dedicated funding with land value tax. The union is proud to stand in solidarity with our partners at the Just Recovery DC Coalition, the Fair Budget Coalition, and the DC Transportation Equity Network in this and in our priorities overall. Local 689 supports the land value tax for a number of reasons, but to start, let's begin with the fundamental economics. When taxes on land and buildings are decoupled and the burden is shifted towards land, the effective rate shrinks as density increases. Thus, if applied to areas surrounding transit, the LVT approach could yield transformative results for building opportunities accessible to everyone, especially those that need transit-accessible housing the most. Furthermore, our analysis shows that it is estimated to raise up to $505 million within the district alone. In addition, an LVT surrounding transit has a fundamental fairness principle built into it. Wealthier landowners have reaped a huge benefit from Metro's existence, even if they don't ride the rails. Recent research undertaken by Local 689 and the ATU International shows that Metro Rail has added $30 billion, that's with a B, billion dollars of land value to the DC region. Thus, enacting a land value tax has the potential to finally end the cycle of predictable fiscal crises. So instead of burdening working people, either through sales taxes, fare hikes, or safety rollbacks, the district can and should enact this progressive and pro-growth measure. After all, using an LVT to fund transit would be recycling land values back into the system that sustains them in the first place. The union urges this committee to act on this idea both within the district and at DMV moves. Furthermore, with dedicated funding, we urge a return to the worthy idea of Metro for DC. Transit is fundamentally a public good and a civil right. The continued expectation that any agency should be clawing back huge parts of its budget through fare box revenue cuts directly in opposition to this. In fact, it puts transit workers directly in danger while expecting a regressive tax on poor and working class riders. According to the FTA, assaults against transit workers have risen over 300% in the past 2 decades. The union knows that the proximate cause of many of those assaults are often when transit workers are pressured to enforce fares, a practice that, as will be described by my colleague Nia Banks, is becoming troublingly revived at WMATA. As the district decides how to construct its post-pandemic recovery and struggles with the challenges posed by the federal government, the union urges free bus service to be part of that vision. To conclude my part of this testimony, the district must act decisively and boldly. Metro must be allowed to succeed as a public service by finally having a stable source of reliable, dedicated, and progressive funding for its operation side. Transit must be thought of and allowed to operate as a public good instead of a private, scarce, and restrictive enterprise. We applaud you for the initiation of the DMV Moves initiative. During your time as chair of the Metropolitan Council of Governments, we are ready to collaborate with all district representatives and ensure that it is successful. Thank you for your time and consideration of my views on the matter. I defer to my colleague Nia Banks to discuss further our issues with management.
Thank you very much. Ms. Banks, I'll turn to you. If you can push the buttons, the red light comes on. There you go.
That sounds like a good idea. Chair Allen and members of the committee, good morning, and I thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today. My name is Nia Banks, and I serve as an organizer for ATU Local 689. I am also a Metro bus operator. I will follow with my colleagues' testimony to detail some of the problems our members are facing at WMATA. Unfortunately, Metro's problems neither start nor end with its systemic challenges. Instead, they have continuously been exacerbated by management. The union will start with the mess that unfolded at the DC circulator transition. When the union approached Metro leadership about bringing in circulator operators while retaining their years of service, we were repeatedly told that because the district had not approached it as a successorship, Metro was under no obligation to bring any circulator workers in at anything more than entry-level wages. Eventually, after multiple discussions, WMATA CPO sent a letter to the union stating that they approached the district government to fund a deal to bring circulator workers in at their level of wages. The proposal, according to WMATA, would cost $2.5 million. According to the authority, the executive refused to do so. In response, the union repeatedly asked WMATA leadership for their calculations on how the $2.5 million figure was reached. After all, the union would have gladly partnered with WMATA or taken the lead to advocate for such a figure if it had any details about how it was calculated. Instead, despite months of outreach, the union has been met with obfuscation or feigned ignorance of the request. The union also notes that this pattern has extended to WMATA employees as well. In the union CBA negotiations this past year, we agreed to several changes of the system of picking. Although the authority may not have understood what it had given workers at the bargaining table at the time, it has scurried to try to recoup its loss through attempts to impose its proposals onto workers. Specifically, this Friday at 4:28 p.m., the authority informed us that it intended to impose 14-hour workdays to implement the June pick or the Better Bus Network. No individual should have to work 14-hour days, especially not transit workers. Still, this reckless behavior did not end with contract implementation. Earlier this year, the GM, Randy Clark, announced that the authority would begin a big push towards enforcing fare evasion. At the time, he noted that this fare evasion crackdown would be centered on buses on routes with high rates of fare evasion. However, he did not say that such an expectation would be forced onto operators and station managers across the system. I'm gonna add a sentence to that. I'm a bus operator in Southeast Washington, D.C. I was spit on by a passenger at Anacostia Station a few years ago because I simply stated, ma'am, the fare is $2. In fact, station managers across the rail side are now being pressured to do the job of MTPD and confront fare evaders, despite the fact that this has shown to put their physical safety in jeopardy. Local 689 states this unequivocally. Transit workers are not public safety officers. Bus operators, station managers, and mechanics do not have the training, tools, nor expectation to handle potentially violent individuals coming aboard transit. Expecting them to do so follows the same logic of holding teachers to carry guns in response to school shootings. Again, it is for this reason that the union both opposes this dangerous proposal and fully supports a fare-free bus system. Neither teachers, librarians, firefighters, nor police officers are expected to stop neighbors and ask them whether they had to pay all their taxes before providing them public services. They do not discriminate between a person who happens to be homeless and a high-ranking government official. They are there to serve the public in its entirety. Fittingly, bus itself is short for the Latin omnibus, meaning for all. Local 689 members take that to heart, especially for our Metro Access workers. Paratransit fills a critical role in the transportation fabric of our city. Our members at Metro Access do their jobs because they care about doing right by folks with disabilities and ensuring they can lead lives with dignity, community, and mobility. However, the outsourcing of Metro Access services must come to an end. The current provider, We Drive You, has repeatedly shown disdain for workers and riders by providing subpar service to the most vulnerable residents and by not even providing heat in garages during winter emergencies. WMATA should be taking a collaborative approach to working with the union, the riders, and with compact partners to fix the numerous concerns we have, whether it be providing fair transitions to DC circulator workers, not putting the burden of fare enforcement on transit workers, or the outsourcing of paratransit services. These are all problems that can be solved. Thank you for your time and consideration and for your views on this matter. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Banks. And last on this panel, Meg McGuire, who's with us on Zoom. Let me turn to you, Ms. McGuire.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Meg McGuire, Chair of the Northwest Opportunity Partners, CDC, devoted to racial equity through affordable housing and minority business development. We believe that if you work in Ward 3, you should be able to live in Ward 3. As a powerful counter-narrative to the Trump administration's bullying of our city, WMATA should relaunch a visionary 2 sites, 1 plan for a new all-electric bus garage, affordable housing, and community facilities in Friendship Heights with 0 residential or business displacement. 2 years ago, WMATA held the first planning meeting for a new garage and mixed-use development. Since that time, no meetings, no process, and no planning. So there sits the vacant and unsightly Lord and Taylor site, providing nothing more than pickleball courts, while the potential for affordable housing and community revitalization languishes. We call on WMATA to work with the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development to reinitiate two sites, one plan. Councilmember Freeman has a longstanding interest in many creative ideas for a dynamic and unique new community on these sites. Neighbors deserve a say in the impact on their residences, but nothing will happen until WMATA and the city create a robust collaborative planning process. And as the future unfolds, we will have no plan to guide us. In partnership with noted Washington architect Phil Esikoff, Northwest Opportunity Partners and Ward 3 Housing Justice have studied these sites and determined that with careful planning and acquisition of several smaller adjacent parcels, the site could yield 1,222 apartment units in high-rise buildings and 14 homeowner units in 7 Habitat townhouses facing 45th Street. By requiring 30% IZ plus 10% public subsidy, 489 new affordable units could be created. This is more than double the current IZ output of new units in Ward 3. I invite you to look at our entire presentation on our website. I've included several slides here. First, to anchor you in the sites that we're talking about, very large area. Second, to show what our study proposed to develop the site. And again, this is a study, not a proposal. The total number of affordable housing units and how we calculated that, and then the types, the desirable affordable housing types that should be considered on this site. I want to stress that our work is a study, not a plan. WMATA must lead the way in bringing all parties to the table. Our study convinces us that there is enormous potential on these sites for the city's most innovative and visionary development. It is in everyone's self-interest to lift our spirits and stir our imaginations to create something great. It's in the city's best interest to develop this land for affordable housing, for redevelopment of Friendship Heights, and for increased tax revenue. And it is in WMATA's best interest to plan now for a new all-electric bus garage and for revenue from redevelopment. I've included a letter that was published on September 5th in response to Vice President Harris's call for new housing, and that's found as an attachment to this testimony. We ask the council as a condition of future funding to require that WMATA resume planning with and for the community for one of the best development opportunities in our city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. I appreciate that. And thanks to everybody on this panel. I did want to know, because some people had testified with some very specific things around specific bus stops or specific connections. Several representatives from WMATA's team are still here in the room, so I just want to let our folks that are on Zoom know they're here. They were taking notes about those very specific things. I may not be in a position to talk about an exact bus stop, for example, but my folks from WMATA here are taking those notes, and so my expectation, and I'm looking at them right now, will be that they hear this feedback, especially from our commissioners and neighborhood leaders, to be able to get back on that. So thank you very much. Let me kind of run through there were a few themes that kind of seemed to come through on this panel. One, a lot of folks talked about WMATA's electrification efforts. I think Mr. Washburn talked about this, Mr. Litt, several others. You know, through the zero emissions bus program, I think WMATA has 4 battery electric buses. They're expecting 8 more. That's nice. It's not really transformational change. It doesn't really change the makeup of the overall fleet. So they're pretty small numbers compared to our overarching goals. I certainly can follow up with WMATA about this as well. I think in previous conversations, a large amount of this has really been around the funding available to be able to purchase these, and what I think feels like a contraction of federal support and federal funding for these efforts. So I think if WMATA was being candid, they'd acknowledge that's not a huge number of fleet additions, but it's a bit of with constrained resources, and we just talked about a capital budget cliff coming. This is all the more reason, it'll kind of feed into my next question or comment around funding. Unless we figure out some long-term, sustainable, predictable funding, it's really hard to change from a couple of grants that get us a couple of buses to actually doing something about it. So I just wanted to note, I don't disagree with anything anybody said about the need to do that. And Mr. Washburn, you talked about better community engagement, for example, in Ward 8 around one of the garages. I'm certainly going to look to WMATA to hear that feedback as well. But I don't disagree with you. So kind of let me transition that a little bit to the conversation around funding. So I think that a couple of folks and Mr. Girardi, I think you talked about this, but a few others as well talked about things like we should be exploring things like a land value tax or congestion pricing or other ways that kind of create a sustainable, predictable financing that comes into WMATA to then have dedicated funding to help pay for the things that we need to do. Why, and Mr. Girardi, I'll start with you since you raised this, and then if anybody else wants to jump in, certainly feel free. Why do you talk more about your preferred dedicated funding source? I don't want to put words in your mouth to say that it is a land value tax. You might have been raising it as just one example of many ideas, but talk about your preferred dedicated funding sources, why you think that's the preferred model.
Yeah, I'll say it myself. That is our preferred in this case, because we see it as opposed to, and I'm going to say, listen, we need dedicated funding in one way or the other. So if the region decides, okay, we're going to go this way and not to a land value tax, then we still are going to need to do that. But in terms of why we landed there is that, you know, there are a few options that you can do to fund transit on a mass scale. You can do income tax, you can do corporate tax, both of which I know that we are trying to stay away from, and we're trying to keep taxes affordable for folks living in the district and all around the region. I know that, for example, Maryland isn't enacting corporate business tax, but that's different on them than it is in the district. Even we're talking about BAT and all those kinds of things in budget proposals going on here. Land value, as we see it, is the closest thing we have to a closed loop. Those, and as I was saying in the testimony, those values of the land was created by the fact that they are close to transit. In our analysis, we saw that there is a differential of if you have a home, let's say 25 miles away from transit out in, you know, eastern Loudoun County, let's say, technically within NVTC region, versus if you have a home a quarter mile from a Metro rail station. Same home, same everything. The difference is 500 times what the land under it is. So it's really heavily tied to the fact that we made this public investment in public transit infrastructure. And so that's increasing those land values. So we think that, okay, this is one that where if we are shifting the tax burden, first off, it's helping, and we've shown in the analysis, it's more progressive than not, especially broken down by census tract, which isn't a perfect science, but nonetheless, it's the best one that we have. Second off, it's directly tied to transit, as opposed to, let's say, raising fares or sales tax or what have you, that we know, first off, we don't like it because it's countercyclical. So if we have a 2020 or 2008 in that case, then we have lower consumer spending, we have less revenue means less service, and we become in this doom loop of transit getting less funding, becoming less attractive, less people taking it, less revenue from the fares, et cetera, et cetera. So we see that, okay, this is one that is fairly, not entirely recession-proof, but more recession-proof than not, is directly tied to transit and this public investment. So let's channel some of those values that we made, that value that was created by a public investment, and not allow it to be entirely, I have no problem with some people making a private windfall benefit off of it, but take some of that value and make sure that that system can thrive and sustain itself instead of, let's talk about like furlough workers or shutter stations or any of those proposals, which were all floated last year when we had a $750 million gap, right? So making sure that that system is sustaining itself, regardless of whether somebody's riding the rails or not. If they're living a quarter mile from a Metro rail station, it seems fair to me to say, hey, let's take some of that value, channel it back into the system.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate it. Anybody else on this panel wanted to chime in on that one point before I move to a couple other questions? I think you said it quite well. Okay. one of the things, Mr. Lowry, if you're with us, I might kind of direct this one towards you. Bit of a comment, maybe a question there somewhere. When we think about the challenges of addressing affordability with WMATA, there's 3 different jurisdictions who do seem to prioritize affordability and accessibility of the transit system differently. There are even differences within a single jurisdiction. There are some regional officials, like myself, who have been out there talking about everything from Metro for DC to other ways that we can dramatically change the way in which we create funding for WMATA, as well as affordability and accessibility for our residents. And there are some regional officials that are lukewarm to the notion of public transit entirely. And I think some might say, well, no problem. Let's just have DC. If DC elected officials want to do this, hey, why don't we just have DC just kind of come up with your own separate agreement with WMATA to provide free transit? We've tried that. That effort was rebuffed. And so I think that we do have to find a way to tackle this across the whole jurisdiction if we want it to be successful. And we also have to make sure that we have everyone on board with understanding what it is we're paying for and understand the value. That is important. So, Mr. Lowry, you talked a good bit about some of the needs around affordability, and I think you specifically mentioned our efforts previously around Metro for DC and some of those efforts. Anything you wanted to add just about why that affordability is so important, or if you've looked at it regionally, kind of your take from the other jurisdictions?
Yeah, I think I largely raised, I think, what a lot of folks were talking about. I'm a frequent bus rider myself, and I mean, as we know, a lot of folks, can't afford the fare or don't pay the fare. So I think look at it from a model side, they're missing, those funds, that investment, to actually like invest in a system to, be able to afford more buses or be able to hire more staff or increase frequency and reliability, and I think we're looking for solutions to that. And I think, one of the solutions that were thrown out there was enforcement, but as we hear from bus drivers, it's nearly impossible, when it comes to enforcement, especially on the buses, unless you are requiring bus drivers to step up and put their lives on the line, and so if after we've done enforcement, we see that it's not really working on our bus system, then I think we really should take a strong look at like actually like investing in it for the, for district residents, for residents in the region. And I think you will see that like, it's like, again, it's like one of those benefits that like, if you invest in them, more people will ride. If you invest in them, there'll be more frequency and reliability. So I think, I look at it from like as a solution to, our public safety, from a public safety perspective, as well as from an investment perspective. And I definitely hear you, council member. It's going to be really difficult, I guess, to get other folks in the region on board to side with you. And I think that's going to be the work of advocates, right? We're going to really have to work with our regional elected officials to get them on board for free buses, because, it's not a universal take right now. So.
Yep, I appreciate that. I do think it's going to be regional if we're going to be able to get that done. So thank you. Ms. McGuire, kind of on the topic of affordability, I don't think you used the phrase transit-oriented development, but the way that you talked about the project certainly feels like that. And you may have been tuned in earlier. There was a conversation with Councilmember Henderson and the general manager a little bit about the use of some of their WMATA property and, how do we figure out how to get affordable housing out of projects. I'm kind of hearing you, though, talk about just almost taking correct me if I'm wrong, of almost saying we need to take a step back, and you really are encouraging WMATA to lay out a different vision or plan around their overall development goals and strategies. Is that right?
I'm urging them to start planning for the site, for those 2 sites. They need a new bus garage. That's why they acquired the Lord and Taylor site. But there's no vision for what they need, what the other development opportunities are, and that's why we did our study. we do believe that this could be a spectacular development.
Mhm.
But the time to begin planning is right now when there is not construction money. And it's going to take several years to plan that site, but why not do it now? Does that address your
Yeah.
concern?
Yeah, well, and the other part of affordability, we kind of touched on it a little bit, is when we're trying to leverage real estate in a project for development, sometimes there's only so much you can get out of it to create and deliver on affordable housing because of the capital costs of building something. I also think we don't necessarily name this as much around affordability. Transit-oriented development is in and of itself affordability, because if you help build housing right on transit, it means you don't have to have the cost of a car, you don't have to have the cost of car insurance. It starts really improving affordability overall. So we can, we can both work on intentional, dedicated, affordable housing for income levels, but just the very nature of transit-oriented development often comes with a lot of affordability benefits to help people manage their costs.
Of course, and we're totally dedicated to that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I presupposed that that was the backdrop against my testimony, but what's not going to work is the failure to bring everybody together, recognize the potential, lay out a vision, lay out the constraints, and then we have some idea as these circumstances change where the opportunities are to pull in other parties, to build on other public policies that may develop. Right now, that is not the case on these two prime sites.
Yeah. All right, I hear you, and certainly want to encourage WMATA to be proactively thinking about those specific sites. And I could probably count on my hand a few other sites that I'd like to see them get more involved in some direct planning on that. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, Ms. McGuire. Let me jump back to Mr. Girardi and Ms. Banks for a second. When was the last time, I'm going to talk about circulator for a moment. When was the last time ATU had discussed the arrangement with WMATA about providing either rate of pay or seniority increases for those hired drivers? I think the ballpark costs were likely around $2.5 million. Yeah. When was the last time that conversation took place? To your knowledge, is that an offer that's still on the table?
To my knowledge, it's an offer that's still on the table, yes. I can tell you the last time I requested it of Metro was both myself and one of my colleagues who's not here asked about it on Friday. So this has been something that we have continuously requested to say, like, look, if it costs $2.5 million to get these folks made whole in that case, that's something that we are completely willing, ready, able to come to the table and to hearings like this and to other council members and talk about. But just all we got effectively was a letter from the CPO saying, hey, we approached the executive. We expect it would cost $2.5 million. Sorry, they said no.
Okay. But would it be, when you say executive, I just want to be clear, you're talking about the executive of DC.
Correct.
That would it be fair to describe it though as essentially you have WMATA being willing to make that change, but that really the financial obligation at this point, maybe we can keep asking WMATA, but they've said it's a financial decision that has to come from the district.
Yeah.
Is that a fair representation?
That is a fair representation.
Okay.
The only thing that we were asking for though is how did you get to $2.5 million? And basically we haven't seen the back end of those calculations, which has been a little bit frustrating to us.
Okay. All right. So, but the major push and ask from ATU's perspective then is to have the executive branch fund that. And you at least, while you may have some questions around the exact numbers, it sounds like you feel like you've got a management that would actually implement that if the funding became available from the district.
Yes, that is my expectation. And like my back of the napkin calculations were, okay, if we have 76 workers, assuming a delta of 10, it should be around like 1.8 million in the wages. And there may be some extra delta between that because of increased contributions to the pension fund and so on. But in around the ballpark of 1.8 to 2.5.
Yeah, that's helpful. And Ms. Banks, I really appreciate your testimony. I mean, you raise a great point. You're talking to somebody who thinks transit's a public good and a right. So your comments about my librarian never asks if my taxes are paid, but will let me check out a book. I don't have to worry about did I pay my taxes or not? My kid's going to go to school. Those are great examples of where we have set an expectation that this is a public good and a public right. And that's the end of the story. So I appreciate that. I also, though, want to talk about from yourself as a driver and your colleagues, I know when we've talked about fare enforcement in the past, your testimony is pretty consistent with what I've heard previously as well, in that it puts the driver who's trying to drive in a very difficult position sometimes. And our drivers have suffered abuse and even assaults. Has there, since the enforcement efforts have begun, has there been any change, increase or decrease, in what you and your colleagues have been experiencing? It might also be relatively newer effort, so it may not have impacted yet, but just kind of curious what you have been hearing or seeing as increased enforcement actions are starting to take place.
I will say this. After the pandemic, assaults, increased again. Like once we cease with the rear door boarding, and we're still pretty consistent. I will say that previously we had came to the WMATA as a union and asked to cease with fare enforcement, which they agreed. And now, so there's a message that plays when you open the bus. It says, this is a D12 Suitland station. The bus fare is $2, right? And that serves as our, request for the passengers to pay the fare. It's never a good idea to have somebody that does not have a gun and a badge or basically any authority at all to ask somebody to pay for the bus fare. As most people know, a lot of people and this isn't an insult, it's just a fact. Most of the people that ride the bus system in DC, Maryland, and Virginia are the, lower income folks or whatever the case may be, so they don't have it all the time. And so I actually think it's unfair to impose on them also, that they are required to pay the fare every time they board the bus. And when you're already stressed out about where your next meal is coming from, if you're going to be able to pay your rent, if you're going to be able to buy baby diapers or milk or formula, whatever the case may be, if a bus operator is saying, excuse me, ma'am, the fare is $2, because that's exactly what happened to me. And then, you're upset about everything else that's going on in your life. So you're then taking it out on the bus operator, right? So, we're tired of being the public's punching bag. Don't get me wrong, I've been there myself. I've been a single mom since I was the age of 17 years old, right? So I have a little more empathy for folks in certain situations, but I still don't deserve to be spit on, punched, hit, kicked.
Absolutely.
Ribs broken in one case, with the station manager in Alexandria. I don't deserve that. My coworkers don't deserve that, and we shouldn't have to be put in that situation, ever.
Yeah, without question, and nobody would ever deserve that. Are there other ways? I know as somebody who rides the bus myself, I think almost every bus I can think of right now, there's a more physical barrier now for drivers. Are there any other ways that you would recommend that we can help advocate for the physical safety or the mental health safety for our operators?
Yeah, well, recently we were looking into the possibility of, I don't know if you've ever been in Las Vegas, but in Vegas, maybe once. But if you've been on the bus, right, the operator is similar to a train cab, where the operator is totally enclosed, so that they're separated from the public. They might have to come out to assist some person using a wheelchair or something like that. But other than that, having the shield, extended to a place where we don't have to have those physical interactions with passengers is actually more helpful than, what the current system is. Because as it is now, passengers just easily reach around. They do it all the time. Reach around, slap you in the face, reach around, throw a Bunsu burner on you, whatever the case may be. Whatever they want to do, they're just going to do it, right? So that's been more effective in our opinion, or from what I've seen, than just having what we call the spit shield, around us.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, certainly as you look at other systems or see other places that have built that out, let us know so we can try to help advocate for that. Because obviously we depend on the operators of the system. You move the region. So we want to make sure we take care of you. I got the branding. I appreciate it. Thank you. I want to thank everybody from this panel for your testimony. And to, again, some of our panelists had some very specific comments about a specific route or specific bus stop. And I know that the WMATA team that's here in the room took note of that. So thank you all very much for advocating for those specifics.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much. Let me move to our second panel of public witnesses. I had earlier called Commissioner Patel, who's here now, so I'm going to go ahead and ask Commissioner Patel to come on up. We also have Carrie Savage, Senior Director of Policy with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, aka PAVE. And then we have a number of PAVE leaders that are here, so I'm going to go ahead and call out their names. I think that most of them are online. So I have Stephanie Griffith Richardson, Anna Rodriguez, Ty Andrews, Dawn Smith, Kiana Lamons, Takia Shire, Elizabeth Reddick, and Tara Brown. All right, Ms. Savage, just so you know, I think we don't have Dawn Smith, Takia Shire, or Tara Brown, but I think the others are all here online on the Zoom. So, and anybody who's not here, we welcome their testimony so we can make sure it's a part of the record if they're unable to make it today. So Commissioner Patel, why don't I turn to you to start, and then Carrie Savage, I'll turn to you right after that.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for holding this hearing so that my comments may be entered into the permanent record. My name is Tripti Patel, and I am a fourth-term ANC Commissioner that represents Single-Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom, and I'm the Chairperson Emeritus for ANC 2A. In addition, I'm DC's longest-serving elected official that is currently a tipped hospitality worker. While I was going to stick with the same themes every year that I talk about, I feel that where we are currently as the nation's capital is such a moving target that we're in a constant state of whiplash on how to proceed next. The one thing that remains steady is the Washington Metropolitan Transit Authority, WMATA, as it serves residents, workers, and tourists. I'm glad that we've seen increased ridership, but similar to whiplash, it will be extreme highs and extreme lows. Make no sense. I'm extremely aware of the dire budget predictions and the constraints. My request as someone who works in this city and relies on WMATA and other aspects of public transit is this. The workers who will continue to keep this city going will need to have WMATA maintained and, if able to, expand services. The district's largest employer was the federal government, and the second largest employer is the hospitality industry. Federal workers are turning to the hospitality industry for work as they figure out their next steps professionally. Working in the hospitality industry, as many of these workers will then have an understanding that this isn't a traditional 9-to-5 work schedule. It's long hours, and where the pay is completely unreliable. Which is why, in addition, I request that along with the rest of your colleagues on the DC Council, do not touch Initiative 82. The next pay raise is critical for workers in this industry to survive the unavoidable economic downturn that is coming. The council can and should not expect workers and consumers to bear the operations costs of an industry. No other industry is given this exception, and it needs to end. The city can survive this, but only critical core functions of our government isn't gutted, and that's what can't happen with WMATA. I urge you and the council to do everything in your power to protect the funding that WMATA gets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Savage?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen, members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment, and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage. I'm a Ward 1 resident, the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE, and a regular Metro rider. I have the honor and privilege of working alongside PAVE parent leaders who are mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and other caregivers who share their stories, dig deeply into understanding education policy, and aim to partner with leaders across the district to improve the education experience of all children in DC. While DC's progress, as shown through our recent NAEP scores and the Education Recovery Scorecard, has been a bright spot across the nation, we are still far from where we need to be to serve every child well in school. Parents were clear that we need to focus on two goals. One, getting kids back in school every day, and two, getting and keeping kids excited about learning. Because we cannot achieve these goals without focusing on how students are getting to and from school or safe passage and the kinds of school programs that will allow them to find their passions and make connections with the broader world and community or specialized school programs, Paved Parent Leaders has selected those as their top policy priorities since 2023. Today, I will highlight the solutions they crafted in partnership with students, schools, and community organizations to make the change we need for our kids that include WMATA. A full list of their policy solutions can be found in my full testimony. Ultimately, it comes down to this. We've heard from so many parents how integral WMATA buses and trains are for getting their students to school. But too often, students and even parents do not feel safe on the Metro because of interactions with other adults while riding or waiting to get on board. We've heard from students and parents incidents of sexual harassment and violence when kids are traveling while using WMATA. This is unacceptable, and we have to change it. As we work to address this, I do want to thank the WMATA team for meeting with Paved Parent Leaders and our partners. I especially want to shout out the team members who joined us at a series of safe passage summits at schools last year so they could experience school dismissal themselves and join in on discussions on what we needed to improve. And while there have been some improvements, whether it's promoting consistency and timeliness with respect to bus and train schedules, and there are fewer incidents on WMATA buses and trains in the last year, we still have a long way to go. It takes a long time to change someone's perception of safety and trust once they have a negative experience. So to help build up that sense of safety and trust for families and communities across the district, we'd like to see WMATA do the following. First, explore youth-only WMATA Metro cars and station safety personnel on those routes during school arrival and dismissal times. I know this has come up in the hearing earlier, but I still have to say it for the record. Second, starting with high schools, expand dedicated WMATA, quote, youth to school or express bus routes. We know this is logistically possible given they have ran in Upper Northwest. Third, we would love to see DC explore microtransit options coordinated with WMATA's public transportation system, i.e. the first mile and last mile transportation from central bus stops and train stations directly to schools. This could help both cut down on students' travel time and provide safe, supervised transportation options. Finally, we want to ensure that WMATA PD are thoroughly trained in youth development and de-escalation. They need to be able to build relationships with students, proactively address issues, and effectively intervene when incidents occur at metro stations in particular. Only then will increased presence have the real impact we want to see for our kids and communities. WMATA can make bold steps by providing safe public transportation options for youth with trusted adults to ensure they are able to learn, grow, and thrive at school. We look forward to continued conversations with the WMATA team and the DC Council so we can come together and make safe passage a reality for all of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's see if we've got Stephanie Griffith Richardson, who I think is joining us via Zoom.
Thank you. Greetings to honorable members, council, and other officials from WMATA who may still hopefully be in the room. My name is Stephanie Griffith Richardson, a Ward 7 resident, and my son Langston attends Washington Global Public Charter Middle School in Ward 6. I am also served with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, on the Ward 7 PLE board. I'm here today to speak on behalf of residents of Ward 7 and 8 who continue to face ongoing challenges related to the unreliability of public transportation, particularly the student busing system. I feel compelled to bring attention to the stark and persistent disparities in the quality of services provided to communities east of the river. As a resident of this area, I can't help but feel like a second-class citizen when comparing the services we receive in those in other parts of the city. The glaring inequities in bus services, particularly when it comes to transporting our children, are deeply troubling. Like many other parents, I've entrusted WMATA with the responsibility of safely transporting my child to school. Unfortunately, they have repeatedly failed us. I can no longer trust that my son will be safe on the bus, nor can I rely on the posted schedules. Now I am even more uncertain whether the buses will even show up at all, to the frequent messages that no operator is available on our V4 bus line. This is not just an inconvenience, it's a matter of safety. The unreliability of student buses system reflects a larger pattern of neglect and inequity in the services provided to our community. We need to be clear: the lack of dependable transportation for students, combined with the absence of meaningful solutions, feel like a direct message that we are being disregarded. To better understand the situation, I drove the entire route of the V4 bus line and attempted to meet with Metro personnel to discuss the issue. After speaking with supervisors, I learned that a significant contributing factor is the high number of operators who call out or fail to show up for shifts, compounded by WMATA's inability to maintain adequate staffing levels to keep the service reliable. What is most perplexing is the lack of oversight and attention given to the Minnesota Avenue corridor. After driving the route on many occasions, I noticed that a troubling absence of monitoring and resources, while other parts of the city enjoy robust services. This neglect is unacceptable. Our neighborhood, which is home to tree-lined streets and property values at $500,000 to nearly $1 million, should not be treated as an afterthought. We pay taxes, we invest in our homes, and deserve the same level of service, particularly reliable transportation, that residents in other parts of DC receive. It is bond time that our community receive its fair share of public service. We are not forgotten residents of Washington, D.C. I urge the council and WMATA officials to take immediate action. We need to pilot the youth-only WMATA Metro cars and safe passage ambassadors on those routes to provide better safety for our students. Additionally, we need dedicated WMATA bus routes for areas east of the river to schools west of the river, similar to the previous D31 bus route for students at Shepherd Park, or to deal with safe passage ambassadors accompanying these routes. This is just not a request. This is a necessary step towards correcting the long-standing disparities in transportation and pedestrian safety in our community. We must ensure that the infrastructure and services we rely on are reliable, safe, and equitable for all residents, regardless of their zip code or ward. Thank you for your time and consideration in the needs of our community.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith-Richardson. Next, let me turn to Anna Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Rodriguez, and I'm a proud parent of a 9th grade student who attends McKinley Tech High School in Ward 5. I also serve as the McKinley Tech Parent Teacher Organization as president, with paid Parents Amplifying Voices in Education on the citywide board of Ward 5, Parent Leaders in Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on such an important topic, safe passage. I would like to begin by thanking WMATA for their work engaging with our youth. My daughter is a part of the Metro PD Youth Advisory Council. Each month, this has allowed her to develop her leadership skills and gain community service hours and give feedback on improving public transportation. Programs like Youth Advisory Council are a good way to help improve our children's safety as they travel on the Metro. However, we have a lot of work to do to give the district students a safe way to get to school each day. Each day, I drive my daughter to school because there is no safe alternative to get her to McKinley Tech. We live close enough that she could walk or take a bus to school. However, due to violence, unsafe drivers, and unsafe sidewalks, I do not feel comfortable having my child get to school without me driving her. I'm here today to urge the council and WMATA to address issues around safe passage. As parent-paid leaders, we are advocating for youth-only Metro cars that are staffed with safe passage ambassadors for the school's express bus routes. Having youth-only Metro cars, or at least a very least Metro car staffed with safe passage ambassadors, will give our students a place on the Metro where they could be with their peers and safe from violence or negative interactions that occur when students are riding the Metro and general public. School express bus routes would allow students with reliable and safe ways to get to school. School express bus routes are necessary youth-only buses rather than there are buses that have stops near various schools across the district. These routes would have additional buses during school drop-off and pickup times. School express bus routes would give more students a safe and reliable way to get to school. The school express bus routes model would be modeled after the previous WMATA bus for students at which we all know, Shepherd's Park, and of course the famous D31. In my own capacity as a parent, I urge WMATA to improve their communication practices. When it comes to disturbing when it comes to distributing surveys, it is essential that information about surveys is broadly distributed with clear deadlines and procedures to ensure that surveys receive feedback from a variety of stakeholders across the district and that results are not skewed by selection bias. Sharing feedback with MATA is essential to ensuring that our public transportation is functioning at the best of its ability. Finally, I urge WMATA to consider creative solutions to improve safe passage options. One of these creative solutions could be implementing discount for parents of students with disabilities who have to ride with their students on the metro each day to and from school if they do not qualify for the OSSI transportation program. Offering a discount or special card similar to what is offered to seniors would make it easier for parents to help their students with disabilities get to school safely each day. We all play a role in safe passage. Safe passage impacts all aspects of student experience. Getting to our students in a safe way allows them to focus on what's going on inside the classroom instead of all they encounter when they exit the classroom. I ask WMATA to carefully consider its role in safe passage. I thank you for the work you do so far and look forward to seeing the progress that is made throughout this year, next year. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you. I just also wanted to say that the area in which I live affects Ward 6 and Ward 5. So I really would love for this to be implemented. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. Next, let me turn to Ty Andrews. Actually, not sure. Ms. Andrews, can you hear me?
Sorry, I can hear you now.
Okay, there we go. All right, whenever you're
My
ready.
apologies. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right. 1 second. I'm so sorry. All right. Hello, my name is Ty Andrews. I'm a Ward 8 resident. I'm a proud parent of 2 children, one attending Mary H. Plummer Elementary and the other attending McKinley Technology High School. And I'm a citywide Ward 8 parent with PAVE, the first vice president of McKinley Technology Educational Campus, a parent, LSAT member for Plummer Elementary. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm proud to share my voice on the importance of safe passage for DC students. At least once a week, my eldest son comes home from school complaining about witnessing fights and arguments on the metro while either trying to get to school or coming home from school. Our kids need to be safe traveling to and from school and to get to school efficiently. Teenagers now have a much different experience getting to school than I did growing up. I didn't witness all of the violence that my children do. And as times have changed, we, the leaders of the city, must create systems and put structures in place to help our kids, especially when doing something as basic as going to and from school. I'm not alone in these concerns, and PAVE parent leaders have worked with schools, community organizations, and leaders across the district to craft specific solutions to address this issue. PAVE parent leaders would like to see WMATA work with Safe Passage ambassadors to ensure the safety of our students by creating express metro cars with Safe Passage ambassadors stationed on them. This will provide a safer and more reliable trip to and from school. School express buses are not student only. They are bus routes that include stops at a school and run additional buses during drop off and pickup. Safe Passage ambassadors and school express bus routes increase the number of ways our students can get to school, allowing them to focus on what's happening inside of the classroom instead of what's going on outside. I will also advise WMATA PD and Safe Passage workers to obtain the proper training to work with youth, including youth development and de-escalation training. Overall, we need more eyes on the ground during pickup and drop-off hours. This will help ensure that students can get to school safely and efficiently. Again, I repeat, we must collaborate and develop solutions to make this great city, which should be a state, better for all our children. Thank you to WMATA and the council for your time and continued partnership, and I look forward to the solutions you develop, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Next, let me turn to Ms. Lamons.
Good afternoon, Councilman Allen. My name is Quiana Lamons. I'm a proud Ward 7 resident and paid per leader. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I'm here to speak today about the critical importance of continuing to expand safe passage options for DC students. Safe passage is a key to helping students in the district thrive. Having a safe way for our students to get to and from school each day will increase the number of students in school. This can help lower truancy rates. The more frequently students go to school and are able to focus on learning, more likely we will see improved math and reading across the district. Safe passage plays a critical role in ensuring our students are able to succeed. This is why paid parent leaders are focused on advocating for safe passage. This year, we are advocating that Metro cars be staffed with safe passage ambassadors during school hours and school express bus hours. Although youth-only cars are illegal, we still would like for Metro cars to be provided for our students. We also would like for our students to have a place on the Metro free from danger posed to them by the general public. I think it would be a great idea to create a space for safe passage workers to be on the cars that could serve as a positive and motivating area where students can prepare themselves for school. Staffing these cars with safe passing ambassadors will provide supervision and help keep the students accountable. Student express bus routes similar to the previous WMTA bus route for students at Shepherd's Park to deal D31 with safe passing ambassadors on those routes will allow students a safer and more accessible way to get to school. These school express bus routes will not be youth only, but have stops at or near schools. WMTA should prioritize routes for areas at the east of the river to schools at the west of the river. The routes will make it easier for children to get to and from school, and which they could have a positive impact on attendance. Paid parent leaders are also advocating for MPD and WMTA police to expand training on youth-focused intervention and broaden information sharing to the communities about existing opportunities. You never know what a child may be going through or how they may approach a situation. We want to make sure that all our students are having a positive experience with MPD and WMTA police officers. We want our students to be met where they are by someone who can help de-escalate the situation. Having officers that are trained on youth-focused intervention and sharing out the information can help our students receive support that they need. Let's work together to help our students feel safe. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you for all the work throughout this year to help make our students safe. And I hope that we can continue to partner to ensure that our students have a safe way to get to school. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lamons. And next, let me turn to Elizabeth Reddick.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen. My name is Elizabeth Reddick. I am a Ward 7 resident and I have a 7th grader at Monument Academy. I'm also ANC Commissioner for 7B05, but today here I'm representing my leadership as a paid parent leader, both for Ward 7 and citywide. Most of my experiences with WMATA have involved traveling with my children to and from school, doctor's appointments, and fulfilling other basic needs. On our commutes, we have witnessed physical and verbal assaults, guns, bullets, and shells, unruly passengers experiencing mental health crises, and also active drug use. The Eastern Market, Potomac Ave, and LaFont Square bus stops on our typical route can be a nightmare for travelers. I have personally witnessed bus drivers not pick up students after dismissal because of the misplaced energy of the students waiting at the stop. I want to thank WMATA for launching the Metro Ambassadors Program in January of 2023 and increasing the security presence at Metro stations and on the train. However, the infrastructure still misses the mark in keeping our kids safe, and we cannot continue to put all the stress on bus drivers and train operators who are overworked, lack support, but also are expected to adhere to very strict protocols. I encourage you all to increase your own ambassadors at high traffic areas. This is a public safety issue, and the drivers need attendants on their buses and routes to help mitigate any problems, perhaps filled by the ambassador or someone trained in mental health on the high impact routes. Drivers cannot drive safely and document all the chaotic behaviors and experiences behind them. Training should also include youth intervention, conflict mediation, and crisis de-escalation for ambassadors and the WMATA officers. The public should also be afforded information about these opportunities, and WMATA should continue to prioritize partnering with Safe Passage leadership and the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice on this public health concern. There is not enough education for riders about the existing safety protocols, such as the emergency call boxes on trains and in the stations, and the buses need a similar kiosk or button for passengers to safely alert the drivers so that they can alert Central. Passengers do not know how to handle the frequent outbursts of violence, and I'm hoping this training will help your officers to more efficiently and effectively resolve issues. There needs to be a better system to identify individuals who are habitual offenders and certain crimes that compromise safety. This is not purely a WMATA issue, and I know WMATA totes itself on being the safest transportation system, but there remains the burden of responsibility of passengers due to these things happening on WMATA vehicles and within WMATA spaces. Lastly, I ask that you return back to the DC One card model instead of the Kids Right Free card, so that parents and schools can better identify their children, where their children are coming and going. The number of missing and runaway children are steadily increasing, and it was much easier for parents to track their children when we knew that they used their DC One card at the library and at the train, for example. This isn't about surveillance, but keeping our families safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reddick. I want to thank everybody on this panel for your testimony. Commissioner Patel, I was going to start with you. I appreciated your testimony. And of course, you and I have talked before about how important the 24/7 bus service has been. And I don't know if you were able to catch the conversation I had with the general manager earlier. One of the things now that we have a little bit more than a year's worth of data, of the 14 routes, every single one has grown in ridership from when it started. Every single one. And so to me, that really speaks to the clear demand there is. The total number of rides just between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. is something like 350,000 rides over the course of a year. So it's not a small number of folks who really need that ride. And that's both, as I mentioned in my comments, it's really important for our third shift workers and for folks who are getting off during that time, as well as for people who are out enjoying DC late at night. We're a 24/7 city, and so we want to be able to have that. So I think that's great. What the feedback we heard is that they feel like it's a success as well. So that's good news. The one question I have around, of course, is frequency, how often the bus is coming. If it's only every 30 minutes, 45 minutes, it becomes a lot less predictable. But anything that you wanted to add around just kind of how important that is, or any feedback that you've heard from others in the hospitality industry around the 24/7 service and why that was such a big deal?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Allen. I'm glad that me showing up to all these hearings have finally paid off a little bit. I think the one thing that hospitality workers would want you to know is they want to make sure that getting to and from work is kept as affordable as possible. When I testified last year, a lot of workers were really panicked at seeing like Metro going up as high as $6 or $7, a one-way fare. And thank God we don't have to re-entertain that at this moment. I think the one thing that I would like to see this would have to be a policy type of thing. There isn't anything specifically set aside, which I kind of see PAVE may want. There isn't specialized buckets for students and workers. And what I say for that is professionals get to have they get to participate in like prepaid transit benefits. And the hospitality workers don't get that because they're not viewed as professionals, even though we are professionals. I think that would prove to WMATA that you would see not only more consistent ridership, but an increase. And as we are seeing the federal government get gutted, and once again, we're going to go into a state of whiplash where we're going to see like ridership go down incredibly bad. And, you know, now the hospitality industry is bracing for this onslaught of a whole bunch of workers trying to come into this industry that they've never had experience with. And they're now going to start realizing, wait, I work in this industry, but it's not typical 9 to 5. Where am I going to park? So they're going to look to public transit to be like, I need to get to and from work. And I think what I'd want WMATA to understand is that for this city to be able to truly recover or stay sustainable is, we're not quite there yet, but try to think of DC as a 24-hour city, because the hospitality industry is 24 hours, and it's just not restaurant workers. We also have to think about hotel workers. And no matter what happens in the economy, people are still going to have to go work in restaurants, and we're going to still have to work in hotels. And I feel like a lot of the time they're left out of these conversations, or they're not thought about during these conversations, which is why I keep showing up to these hearings. And so, you know, I just want to urge, you know, along with your help, like urge the council to view WMATA as a critical core agency, even though it's a regional thing, but we need to view it as a core function. Like we need this to stay functional and operational. That makes sense.
Well, I can assure you, I view it as a core function. I think a lot of people do. We need to make sure everybody does, but I appreciate that. And I think that the success we've had with our 24/7 bus lines just kind of shows us what's possible. And what I'd like to do is kind of see how we continue to grow and build on it, not just tread water and stay where we are, but now that we've kind of seen this. So I think it's overall a very good positive. So I appreciate that. Ms. Savage, and to all of our PAVE parents that were here as well. For anybody who wasn't watching earlier, I just want to make sure I knew based on our conversations previously, I made sure that when the general manager was here, I asked questions about a student-only or a kids-only car on the train or a bus. And as I think we had talked about in one of our meetings a month or two ago, he confirmed that it would not be possible for them to create a student-only car that would preclude any other member of the public from getting on that. That's both from a public access, but also federal law perspective. It kind of reminds me, if you recall back in, I think, 2018, there was a white nationalist rally, and understandably, a lot of people weren't comfortable with them being on Metro, and there was an effort to say, let's create just like a dedicated car just to put these white nationalists on one car and have them interact with the public. The problem being, we actually couldn't do that. And so they ended up not doing that, but it kind of reminded me of perhaps out of the best of intentions of trying to keep a threat in one space. So legally, we can't do that. That said, what I've heard and what I know we've talked about, there are a myriad of strategies that we can be using and should be using to make sure that students and kids are safe from home to school and back again. And that's going to look like the teams that Metro has been deploying in terms of both police and non-police efforts that are out there. That's using things like our Safe Passages program to make sure that on the Metro platforms, we have folks that are there. So I really think that the PAVE parent leaders are on the right track of demanding and expecting what we all want for every kid to know. And, you know, MPD shared, or sorry, WMATA shared that from a public safety standpoint, we've seen a 40% decrease in crime on the system. That's great. No one's going to say it's not. That's fantastic. But we also know if it was your kid who said this week was a really rough week on Metro, I could tell you 40% reduction all day long. It doesn't matter. Your kid just had a bad experience, right? So we have to continue that work and keep working on it. And I really do think that the team at WMATA gets that. But you had also mentioned, I think, actually, Ms. Savage, I'm not sure if it was in your testimony or someone else's, that you had met with Metro or their Metro team recently. Has PAVE met with WMATA to talk about these issues and these concerns?
Yeah, we've had a couple of meetings over since we first started talking about Safe Passage. And I think they've always been, you know, when we've had those meetings, they've always been really open to new ideas. And I think like I understand that, in terms of what you laid out about like what's legal and possible from a variety of different perspectives on the Metro car in particular, but I still think there are ways that we can create certain environments on Metro, as you mentioned, being creative to make sure that those same goals are met. And so, we've enjoyed the meetings that we've had so far with WMATA. We certainly want to keep having them. And again, I really want to thank again their teams for coming to the Safe Passage Summits that I had mentioned. So the first one was at Center City Congress Heights. The next one was at TMA, and the last one we hosted last year was at DC Bilingual. And it's just so helpful to see like, oh wow, this is the chaos it creates if a bus is even 5 minutes late, or like all the myriad of things that are under the umbrella of Safe Passage. I just think for folks who are willing to come out and see it in real time and talk about it is super helpful. So we hope for that to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ms. Reddick, there was something kind of towards your end of your testimony that definitely caught my attention, of the DC One card and a separate Kids Ride Free card. I am with you. My kids got a DC One card and a Kids Ride Free card. Sure would be nice if it was just all up on one. WMATA did share that they have been increasingly, I think it was about 6,200 kids are now enrolled, basically, so they have their Kids Ride Free on their phone. So they're able to tap just kind of with their device. I'm not sure if that's for their watches as well, but you raise a really good point. I'll try to take this back with folks in the executive branch. What is the technological barrier to being able to pull these into one card? It's hard enough for a kid to hang on to one card, let alone two. So just kind of putting it all onto one card seems like it makes a lot of sense. It probably uses some of the same RFID chip technology. So I appreciate your point, and I'll try to learn more about that and see if that's something that they've looked at and is possible. So thank you. All right, I appreciate everybody's testimony on this panel. Thank you all very much. We'll move to our third panel of public witnesses now. Sure, real fast.
Sorry, I just thought about this, and this would be some feedback you could give to WMATA. I think when they're assessing things, I think some of the bus routes that should be treated as critical and core are bus routes that bring people to core critical points, such as hospitals, because a lot of the bus lines I've had to fight and save were going to the George Washington University Hospital. So anything that's a hospital, anything that's critical core, like let's try to preserve those routes, because I know they're always trying to be more efficient. So I would recommend that. And to go back to like third shift workers, prioritizing business corridors late at night, like some of those routes, and just to help the PAVE folks out. Also prioritizing bus routes that get students to and from home safely, even if we can't do it the whole time, but like the hours they're in school. That's it. That's all I want to tell you. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for this panel. All right, let me call the names for our third and final panel of our witnesses today. I have Elizabeth McKay, public witness, Michelle Brown, public witness, Mariam Ayudoun, public witness, Alberta Paul, public witness, Nick Deladon, Chair of DC Safe Streets Coalition, Eleanor Shevlin, public witness, Heather Foote, who's here in person, Laura Richards, Moshe Pasternak, public witness, Abi Shakur, public witness, and Kai Hall, DC Policy Manager with the Greater Washington. All right. It doesn't look like Elizabeth McKay, Michelle Brown, or Mariam are here. So Alberta Paul, I think if you're with us, I've got you up first. Here we go. Ms. Paul, if you can hear me, we're ready for you and you can turn your mic on. Alberta Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was reading the list and I said
Oh.
I'm the fifth person. So okay, I'm
You
sorry.
are, yeah, the others aren't here. So, so
Oh,
you're first up.
okay.
So if you're ready, we would love to have
Yes,
you.
I'm ready. I'm
Councilman.
ready.
All right, we'll go to you now.
Okay, I want to first thank you for the opportunity to share my views about WMATA and WMATA's current thoughts about bus routes and the elimination of routes. Improvements in timeliness and expansion of certain bus routes and larger capacity buses on some routes must be considered this year by WMATA and the members of the council who represent all of the citizens of the District of Columbia and are on the transit board. History shows us the once privately owned bus system was wrought with untimely bus arrivals, no buses on many routes, lack of connectivity from one bus route to another, and at one point, a competing streetcar network, a network that was too slow and interfered with the many bus routes throughout the late 70s in the District of Columbia. We resolved that competition in the past and eliminated control of the city's bus service by a single individual, O'Roy Chalk, who purchased what was the Capital Transit Company that was then owned by Lewis E. Wolfson in 1973. The birth of public transportation in the District of Columbia, see Attachment A, is mirrored in its past. Yet in 2025, we are faced with public disappointment with the public transit system due to what appears to be easily solved problems. Timeliness along crowded routes during peak hours, the wrong size buses along the crowded routes, the lack of routes in neighborhoods previously served, and safety on many of all routes throughout the city. We need to ask where we are collecting the data that determines where bus services are needed, the frequency they are needed, and the bus size used for all communities throughout the District of Columbia, especially during AM and PM peak hours. We would ask that WMATA and the board hold meetings with all bids, local business owners, and ask them how many of their employees use mass transit, and do they offer incentive program to get those who do not use transit to begin using it? We further ask WMATA and the members of the council to have regional meetings throughout the District of Columbia in every ward, alerting all to the meeting dates using postcards as well as media outlets to collect the same data, acts of businesses from the riders and potential riders' point of view. At the community level, I make sure that you reverse the question about incentive programs and ask citizens if their employer would give such an incentive, would they most likely use mass transit? To accommodate seniors who are in assisted living or senior complexes, we can train ambassadors who already serve these facilities to collect this data. Target to get all data within a 90-day period and begin moving on modification of transit routes based on this fresh data. Let's not continue to make the same mistakes of the past. Overall, we believe you can obtain a happy medium and serve all the transit needs of the citizens of the District of Columbia. And I'd like to add, Mr. Allen, that I believe all of the bus drivers do a fantastic job under the given circumstances. And secondly, that we should be very careful of not hearing their views as it relates to shifts and changes in infrastructure that may impact their being on time, specifically protected bike lanes, which have mitigated U4, U2 buses, as well as X2 buses being on time, because if one breaks down, they can't move. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to testify.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Thank you.
by the way, Miss Laura Richards had to go to another online council meeting, so she won't be coming. Laura Richards.
Who was that, Ms. Paul?
Laura Richards.
Got it. Okay, thank you for the heads up on that. I appreciate it. All right, thank you, Ms. Paul. Next, let me turn to Nick Deladon.
Thank you. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent DuPont East Civic Action Association and its DC Safe Streets Coalition. In its haste to remove cars from DC streets, DC planners are putting the cart before the horse. They acknowledge the purpose of recent radical road design is to make driving frustrating and to nudge DC residents to choose public transit. The problem is that we do not have a reliable public transit system. It would be better to improve public transit first. We've heard some complaints about the bus system today. It may be that you'd have to cross a bike lane in order to get on the bus. I attended a public meeting organized by WMATA and DDOT, where they explained a plan to remove traffic lanes from Georgia Avenue. And I asked, isn't that going to cause congestion? And the project leader said without hesitation, yes, it is the purpose of the removing the traffic lanes and causing congestion to make driving frustrating and to nudge people, as I said, to choose public transit. Our concern is that it may be premature to do that. I attended another meeting of a civic association where the residents were complaining bitterly that the new design for the road in their neighborhood was backing traffic up a mile. And DDOT's representative explained that it was intended to slow the traffic down in an effort to make the things more safe. So, but the complaints persist and the facts persist that it may not even be safer. On Christmas Eve, a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk was hit by a motorist and killed at the intersection of C Street and 16th Street Northeast. That intersection had just recently been redesigned by DDOT at great expense and care. And if you inspect it, if you went to visit, you would wonder that it is bizarre. They have removed a traffic lane. They made the traffic lane narrow. And this is only a block away from the DC Stadium Circle, where the traffic is frequently speeding. So they're coming off this speeding lane into this narrow little thing. And if it's dark, as it was on Christmas Eve, accidents may happen. So somebody was, unfortunately, a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk was hit and killed. The telltale sign that this is causing confusion and is not good is that the curbs are marked with tire tracks. All over the city, we're seeing this where the DDOT is redesigning the streets. The curbs, the drivers cannot avoid running into the curbs. That's not a good sign. Some time ago, city planners discovered that by using the carrot and stick method, they could influence behavior and avoid the process of public approval. Somewhere along the way, planners lost sight of the carrot part of this equation. Bike lanes and road designs in DC show that city planners have a firm grasp on the stick. They have lost the carrot. The carrot would be, in this case, a world-class transit system. We should put our shoulder to the wheel and try to do that. DC Safe Streets Coalition was organized to protest the protected bike lanes and the road designs. And we have added to that bike regulations. Bikers need to be held accountable for reckless riding. But we're adding a new one, and that would be public transit. That is really the incentive for getting people out of their cars in the city. We need an option. At this point, the DC residents do not have a good option in getting around the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Eleanor Shevlin.
Thank you very much, Charles. Chairman Allen and WMATA. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to testify to you today, especially as a long-term public transit enthusiast who has ridden the buses and metro since the 70s. Several people in the other panel mentioned the need for widespread and better communication, and that's my first of 4 points. With the Better Bus Network redesign, it's being launched on the 29th, and I believe today they've started posting new route changes. It's a smart plan, much of what they've been doing, and the idea of posting at the bus stops the route changes are good, but there are currently existing routes whose stops have already been discontinued and they're still lacking notices, and bus shelters stand at some of these abandoned stops, contributing to more confusion. My second point, adjusting the approved plan as issues arise should be expected and prepared for. Many of the routes have instituted less frequent stops with the promise of greater reliability. Yet some, if not many, of the soon-to-be implemented stop eliminations will almost certainly cause hardships for seniors, the physically challenged, and young school children, as well as others. The third point, on the issue of reliability, the large bus platforms where road diets have been enacted, combined with further congestion problems, have made reliability less, less promising. It has diminished the reliability of the bus arrivals. I've seen not just the buses backing up cars and the like, but they're backing up a whole series of public buses on congested routes too. And the double parking is aggravating that. Finally, the elimination of portions of routes that force bus patrons to make metro connections to complete their journey has increased trip costs. The channeling of bus riders to the metro has long been at work, and it is proven to be a financial hardship for many, especially those of an economically disadvantaged population. While I'm quite aware of the bus issues facing WMATA, something nonetheless should be done, either reduced fare to transfer or free transfer to the metro to help make the system more affordable. And I'm also very much aware of enforcement, and I love WMATA bus drivers and metro folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Shevlin. Next, let me turn to Heather Foote, who's here in person with us.
Thank you. Chairman Allen, I appreciate your adding me to this panel. My name is Heather Foote. I live in Ward 1, and I'm testifying in my personal capacity as a resident. For my first 30 years in DC, living on the same Adams Morgan Street, I did not own a car, so transit was and continues to be very important to me. Today, I have 2 commendations and 2 concerns to raise, and I'll sandwich them. My first introduction to General Manager Randy Clark and his goals for WMATA was in September of 2022 during the Regional Vision Zero Summit at a post-event gathering convened by the Washington Area Bicycle Association in Northern Virginia. Mr. Clark offered substantive remarks about his vision for WMATA. After Mr. Clark's departure that evening, his colleague, Vice President Allison Davis, stayed on into the evening for one-on-one conversations, including with me. She currently serves as WMATA Senior Vice President of Planning and Sustainability. My first commendation is on the impressive signage added inside and outside Metro Rail stations. I could go on and on about how vast an improvement this is, including how this improves the DC experience for tourists and those frequenting DC on businesses and restaurants, not to speak of enabling residents to get around efficiently. My first concern is the jurisdiction for snow clearance around bus stops. While I know that DDOT is responsible for bus stops, The jurisdiction on clearing snow inside and immediately outside the bus stop so that one can get to the sidewalk from the bus stop is confusing for most residents. I encourage WMATA to work with DDOT, DPW, two other DC agencies, and the National Park Service to make information on responsibility for which areas of snow removal are theirs more easily accessible, including in non-electronic format. In short, coordination and communication, clarification of who does what. My second concern is around what I see as a woefully inadequate research, surveys, and outreach on the upcoming elimination of the longstanding L2 bus route when it goes through Adams Morgan and 18th and Columbia in particular, before heading back downtown. First, the neighborhood lost the circulator with its route directly to the Green Line at 14th and Irving. Now we're losing the connection to the Woodley Park Metro Station on the Red Line, as well as to the Zoo and Cleveland Park Library. This includes those who frequent Adams Morgan's bars and nightclubs who use the Red Line and use the L2 to get to that on very busy weekend evenings. My tentative conclusions are that the decision was made first to improve efficiency and travel time for commuters heading downtown, and second, without an understanding of who boards the L2 at 18th and Columbia and why they take that bus route. Many waiting at that bus stop are those with disabilities, many. I live 2 blocks away. Others heading to work in retail establishments, and a very significant percentage of people of color and from under-resourced neighborhoods, the very people who are the most frequent and loyal Metro customers for the bus. While I've heard officials say there was plenty of public outreach, this is a population far less likely to be able to make time to get to in-person events or even know about them. I would speculate that very, very few of this customer demographic was offered the chance to complete a survey while riding the bus, or even know now that they're going to be losing this transit option. Although, yes, the horse is out of the barn, I hope you'll reconsider, Mr. Clark, the elimination of this vital jog of the L2 bus route through Adams Morgan. My second commendation, and the positive note on which I want to conclude, is about the great time boards. I'm not sure what they're called, the signage where it shows when the next bus is coming, added to a much greater number of bus stops. They are just great, since they make planning for use of and transit time more likely and more friendly for those who don't sleep with their smartphones. An example very close to home for me is the west side of Calvert Street as it approaches Columbia Road and the intersection with 18th Street. A half block away is one of 2 senior centers of Vida Senior Services, which very largely serves the Latino population. I just love watching them see the notices for the arriving 96 bus, 90 bus, and only for now, the L2 buses. This is the kind of improvement that will draw riders to transit and keep them on transit, thanks to predictability. And I'm going to add one final commendation. Since I work on older adult transportation, I want to say I'm very enthusiastic about the WMATA collaboration with DC's Department of Aging to get actual Metro staff to major senior events and to individual senior wellness centers to sign up older adults on the spot for the Senior Smart Trip card. It's a great step ahead in efforts to encourage more to use transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mo Pasternak.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Allen, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mo Pasternak. I am a Ward 2 resident, supporter of Just Recovery, an ally of ATU Local 689, and a volunteer with Jews United for Justice. I'm here to ask you to enact a land value tax to provide a stable funding source for WMATA and to incentivize transit-oriented development. Despite improved management, WMATA is still subject to fiscal crises because it is the only transit authority across the country to not have its own dedicated funding source. This means that every few years, it is in danger of not being funded or having to contort itself to appease politicians across the district, Maryland, and Virginia, instead of simply running good service. One of the many reasons I love living in DC is that I'm able to enjoy a full life without a car. Visits to museums, friends, and my grandmother are all enabled by a robust public transit network and the hardworking members of ATU Local 689. 13th century Jewish Rabbi Nachmanides expounded on the commandment to love your neighbor as wanting others to have what you have. I want more residents of DC and the surrounding region to have the same access to transit that I do. And the best way to allow for improved service now and into the future is with a land value tax. I live within half a mile of a metro station and know that the LVT might raise my taxes, but it would absolutely be worth it. Not only do I want to continue enjoying traversing the region safely and cost effectively, but the value of my condo is linked to its proximity to public transportation, so investing in transit and avoiding potential death spirals in service will help preserve the value of many properties like my own. An LVT would encourage development on vacant lots and increase density. Both of these effects would strengthen the character and walkability of neighborhoods and help DC make progress toward reaching our climate goals. As singer Luke Bryan explains, the good Lord ain't making any more land. A split roll tax system recognizes that scarcity while also punishing speculation in land. It's time for DC to lead in the region in establishing a land value tax to ensure the future of WMATA. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Next, let me turn to Abi Shakur. Good afternoon.
Hi, Councilmember. Thank you so much for taking the time. My name is Abi Shakur. I'm a DC native, a resident of Ward 1, a community organizer with Jews United for Justice alongside my colleague Mo, and a supporter of ATU Local 689 in the All In for DC campaign. I am also asking you to enact a land value tax, otherwise known as a split roll tax, to provide dedicated funding for WMATA and allow us to improve this vital resource without cannibalizing other programs. WMATA is the only transit authority across the country to not have its own dedicated funding source. Some, like our mayor, can use this deficit accrued by WMATA as justifications for other austerity measures. Not only would land value tax help us account for all the needs of DC's residents by helping us balance this vital piece of the budget, but also incentivize improvements to the system and our city. Under the current system of property taxes, it is more advantageous to build sparsely, which is the opposite of what we did around transit. A land value tax is simply a shift in taxation from buildings to land. It encourages more development of vacant lots and makes it more attractive to build upward. This is overwhelmingly a progressive measure, especially since many homeowners do not own the land on which their property sits, and land itself is a scarce resource that we cannot make more of. Instead, it goes after land speculators, developers, and owners. I grew up riding the metro and taking the bus to see friends, family across the metro area. I've had my spirits lifted on several occasions by the kindness of metro workers represented by ATU Local 689. Not only do we owe this change to all the DC residents and commuters who live in the district, but we owe it to those workers whose jobs should not be put in jeopardy by the constant threat of austerity. I encourage you to work with Local 689 and the All In for DC campaign to develop and pass this common sense tax change. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, and then next, let me turn to Kai Hall.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. My name is Kai Hall, and I'm the coordinator for the DC Transportation Equity Network. The district's transportation systems impose a time tax that disproportionately harms people who rely on transit. The transportation time tax is a time burden imposed on individuals who take public transit, whether that's to jobs, schools, healthcare facilities, grocery stores, or leisure spaces, compared to the time it takes to travel by car. While transit riders are disproportionately harmed by the time tax, everyone, including drivers, loses out as a result of underinvestment in frequent and reliable transit. If residents who prefer an alternative to driving don't have access to convenient direct transit options, roads become more congested, making it harder for people who need to drive to get to their destinations. WMATA, in partnership with the jurisdictions it serves, plays a critical role in reducing the transportation time tax through service and reliability increases and advocacy for infrastructure that supports regional investments and operations, like the district's bus priority program. WMATA, along with the district and other jurisdictional partners in DMV moves, should advocate for long-term sustainable funding that is proven to improve the efficiency, reliability, and frequency of service. Reducing the transportation time tax begins with investments in the operations and infrastructure of transit to provide high-frequency rapid transit to more district residents and riders in the region. We would like to see WMATA leaders and members of this committee advocate for the DMV Moves Task Force to seriously consider the implementation of a land value tax and road pricing to support transit in the region. A land value tax will incentivize productive uses of land around transit by shifting property taxes off of privately created building values and instead capturing publicly created value based on land. In fact, 3% of the region's land value is within a half, or 3% of the region's land is within a half-mile of metro station, but those same areas represent about 27% of the region's assessed land value. This can simultaneously spur housing production to help tackle the region's housing shortage while providing a fair and sustainable funding source for transit. Road pricing would account for the negative externalities caused by driving by directly charging drivers for the use of their vehicles on public streets. New York City is the first jurisdiction in the US to implement road pricing to fund transit service, and they're already seeing undeniable success with their program. People who need to drive report less congestion and faster travel times, buses are more reliable, noise and air pollution are down, car crashes are down by 18%, and businesses are seeing more foot traffic. These funding strategies will not only ensure WMATA can continue to serve as a foundation of the district's economy, but it will also allow the Transit Authority to live up to the legacy of visionary transportation leadership that founded the compact more than 50 years ago. In 2024, ridership on Metrobus was up by 8% compared to pre-pandemic levels, seeing a 27% increase in ridership on Saturdays and a whopping 48% increase on Sundays compared to 2019. In total, Metrobus served 11,666,000 riders between October 2023 and 24, and the boom in weekend ridership indicates that riders aren't just riding the bus for commutes and are relying on it for leisure, grocery shopping, and care trips. To support these riders and reduce the tax on their time, we support WMATA's continued partnership with DDOT on the Clear Lanes program, which enforces bus lanes and stops. Not only does this program signal respect for bus riders' time, but it also increases accessibility of the bus for people using mobility assistance devices and pushing strollers by allowing the bus to access stops without obstruction. We also support the continued partnership between WMATA and DDOT on 24-hour bus service for the district's highest ridership routes, expanding transit access to third shift workers and businesses that operate at late night and early morning hours. And finally, as WMATA prepares to implement the Better Bus Network redesign, we ask members of this committee to advocate for a fare-free adjustment period of 2 weeks for riders. A fare-free adjustment period may also protect bus operators from frustrated or anxious riders who may find it difficult to adjust to this once-in-a-generation change. We also urge WMATA to work closely with DDOT, which controls the district's right-of-ways, to minimize confusion for riders as the transition occurs. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Got it. Thank you very much, Kai Hall. Thanks to everybody on this panel for your testimony. Ms. Paul, I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and advocacy around the ways to help incentivize public transit. You know, one of the things I think I see a big disparity in the city as well around our highest wage workers are the ones who typically get a employer-based transit subsidy, and our lowest wage workers don't get an employer-based transit subsidy. And Commissioner Patel kind of brought that up as well, but I think one of the ways that we clearly help make sure that transit is incentivized is when we help people afford to pay it. And if our entire incentive program, in my mind, is kind of upside down as to those that need it the most don't get an employer-based incentive on average, and those that have the most are at highest income, they're the ones that get the transit benefit. So I think that's what certainly spurred me around Metro for DC to try to find a way to kind of change that up so that we could be helping our DC residents afford transit better. And it's those types of incentives that I think we got to continue working on. So I just want to make sure I thank you for raising voice to that around why it's so important that we're helping people be able to afford and use and get on transit. So thank you. There were a couple of folks who talked about, kind of went into detail on a land value tax. And that's not in front of us right now, but I do appreciate the advocacy around it. So I kind of wanted to ask Mo Pasternak, I think you brought this up. Kai Hall, you brought this up. I think Mr. Shakur, you mentioned it as well. Are there certain jurisdictions that you've seen that you point to that you really felt like they found a good way to use a land value tax? Is there a model that you kind of point to, or is it more in concept, a land value tax you think represents acknowledging the high value that is created when a metro station and metro is near your land? And this could be one of the ways we pursue a long-term financing strategy. Kai Hall, maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, historically, you can see a form of land value tax, or the basic components of a land value tax successfully supporting transit. In Greater Washington, we actually published a few articles around this last week. But the Rock Creek Railway was initially founded kind of using the principles of land value tax to capture the value that transit provides for the land to produce, new housing, to create new neighborhoods. So it's shown to be pretty effective, I think. I can't think of other examples off the top of my head throughout the US. But I can get back to you on that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Pasternak?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Chair Allen. One example that comes to mind is in Australia. I recently had the opportunity to travel to Sydney and to Melbourne, and they are places with land value taxes, to my understanding, and really just incredible public transit systems. So don't know the details on that, but in terms of what it can look like when governments really invest in public transit, I would call out those places as cities I've recently visited and really appreciated their transit.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay. And Mr. Shakur, anything you would add to that?
Not really, except that the experts are those ATU Local 689, and I'm sure they could answer the questions in greater detail than I can.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be one of those issues where, as the DMV moves coalition, which is the District, Maryland, and Virginia, is all working together. These are part of the conversations we're trying to find and have among the elected leadership across the whole region, because no one seems to disagree that we need to find long-term, predictable, sustainable financing and revenue for WMATA. It's a whole nother thing about how are we going to get it done, and can we agree on a regional approach? Because what I think would work best is if we have a regional approach to whether, be it a land value tax or whatever it is. Otherwise, my concern is we end up in a situation where each jurisdiction is just kind of deciding, all right, I'll put this in, I'll put that in, and it just undermines, I think, the overall predictability of sustained, dedicated funding for WMATA. And that's why we're trying to do the hard work. I'm under no illusion we're going to figure it out in the next 2 weeks. It's a long process, building a lot of trust and a lot of will among those partners. But my hope is that we're going to get there. I can't predict if we're going to land on a land value tax or something else, but I do think the best approach is going to be one where we can get to a regional decision around it. But I think land value tax should be on the table. I think it should absolutely be part of what we're considering and evaluating, because there's absolutely no question that if you are next to a metro station, if you're in proximity to a metro station, you have greater value on your land than if you don't. And so that is part of a worthy investment that we make. Kai Hall, I also just want to just come back to you. You talked about clear lanes for a moment. I want to thank you for the kind of continued support that you've had and spoken to that. I was encouraged that I feel like we finally got some of our first data back, at least publicly reported back out around this. And the general manager said he's going to go back and kind of fine tune this and get more for us. But when we're seeing a 32% reduction in blocked bus stops, so we know the bus can get to the bus stop, and a 2% increase in overall bus speeds. And I know 2%, it sounds like a small percentage, but when you're talking about a speed increase, that actually adds up over time. And so I'm looking forward to working with the general manager to help kind of better outline what that data looks like and means, because I think that's going to be an important part of the story we tell about why these efforts are important. Because if we can get the bus moving predictably, reliably, and more quickly, more people see it as an option. And as the general manager and I just spoke earlier, for the person that needs to drive, it also means that fewer people will be on that road because now they see the bus as a more viable option and a more trusted option to get to where they got to go. So there's anything else you want to add to that, Kai Hall, about the clear lanes and why that's important, but also why the data is important so we can help tell the story?
Yeah, I was really encouraged to see the general manager share data around that. I know, like you mentioned, we've been curious to hear from DDOT if they had anything on it. So for glad to see that there's data after the first year. I would really emphasize the point that not only does it speed up buses, for us, something that's really important is the access to the curbside. I'm a regular bus rider. I am in constant communication with different organizations whose constituents are bus riders. And I've seen firsthand, if there's a car blocking a bus stop, the bus can't pull up. And if there's a wheelchair user or someone with a stroller or grocery cart on the bus, it becomes almost impossible to get off the bus safely. And so I'm really encouraged to hear from the general manager that there seems to be some pretty significant impact. And I look forward to seeing progress continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Ms. Shevlin, did you want to add something about that kind of consistent enforcement?
Yes, I am most familiar with the priority lanes on 16th Street, and I really, really like them. I also like that they are focused on rush hour. I think that it's trying to make good use of, I know other people might not agree with me, but it really roils me. I mean, I see people flagrantly in those lanes when they should not be. If it's PM, they're riding in those lanes, not to make a right turn somewhere. They go for blocks and blocks and blocks. And we just need better enforcement on those.
I agree with you. It's a conversation I've had with the Department of Transportation and DPW. We need to see that to make sure that it's working all right. So I appreciate that, Ms. Shevlin. Well, listen, I want to thank everybody on this panel for your testimony. Really appreciate it. And thank you for hanging in there. I know the last panel of the day, you get a gold star. So thanks for hanging in there with us over the course of the day, but I appreciate it. And what we're going to do now is wrap up. And so this is going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing on the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority and the committee's final performance oversight hearing of 2025. Thanks to everybody who provided testimony today. The record for today's hearing is going to close on March 17th, 2025. So anyone can please continue to submit written testimony to us through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, the next meeting of the committee is scheduled for its regular meeting on March 20th, 2025. And there being no further business before the committee, the time is now 1:52 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.